The regular meeting of the Capital Long Range Improvements Committee will now begin.
All right. Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Strand. I'm the chair of the Capital Long Range Improvements Committee. Before we begin, I'd like to note that this meeting includes the remote participation of members as authorized under Minnesota statute, section 13D.021, due to the declared local health pandemic. I will now call this meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll so that we may verify the presence of a quorum, noting it is 8:05 a.m. on Saturday, April 24th, 2021.
Thorbjorn Adam.
Present.
Jocelyn Beard.
Here.
John Bernstein.
Here.
Steve Brandt.
Here.
James Brown. James Brown. Luke Cunningham.
Present.
Sonia DeGarmo.
Here.
Scott Engel.
Present.
Amity Foster.
Present.
William Gullickson.
Present.
Risa Hustad.
Here.
Katie Jones. Katie Jones. Matt Kazinka.
Here.
Richard LaRoe. Richard LaRoe. Erica
Here.
Mauter. Oh, gotcha. Erica Mauter.
Here.
Dan McConnell. Dan McConnell. Dan Miller.
Present.
George Montague.
Present.
Beth Toso.
Present.
Todd Schumann.
Here.
Eric Wan.
Present.
Vice Chair Willie Bridges. Vice Chair Willie Bridges. Chair Jeff Strand.
Present.
And I'll just go back and see if anyone else has joined us since then. So James Brown. James Brown. Katie Jones.
Present.
Dan McConnell. Let's see. With that, we have, Vice Chair Willie Bridges.
Mr. Clerk, the vice chair is absent today, as he informed the committee due to family trip.
With that, we have 20 members present.
Thank you. With that, we'll proceed to our agenda, a copy of which was posted for public access to the city's legislative information management system, which is available at lims.minneapolismn.gov. And we have, before we begin the capital budget request review and question and answer sessions, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the agenda and accept the minutes, and would the maker and the seconder please state your name for the clerk?
So moved, Bernstein.
Seconded, Eric Wan.
We have a motion properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised, the clerk will call the roll.
Thorbjorn Adam.
Aye.
Jocelyn Beard.
Aye.
John Bernstein.
Aye.
Steve Brandt.
Aye.
James Brown. Luke Cunningham.
Bobby.
Aye.
Sonia DeGarmo.
Aye.
Engel.
Aye.
Amity Foster.
Aye.
William Gullickson.
Aye.
Risa Hustad.
Aye.
Katie Jones.
Aye.
Matt Kazinka.
Aye.
Richard LaRoe.
Aye.
Erica Mauter.
Aye.
Dan McConnell. Dan Miller.
Aye.
George Montague.
Aye.
Beth Toso.
Aye.
Todd Schumann.
Aye.
Eric Wan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Willie Bridges is in here. Chair Jeff Strand.
Aye.
That is 20 ayes.
Thank you. So the agenda is approved and the minutes were accepted. Now we have 20 minutes for open discussion and questions. And I'd like to just, before we get into too many other questions, just address the staff. So having been in another organization team meeting for Racial Equity Impact Tool where we had 35 people, breakout sessions didn't work for that either Thursday. And I just wonder if there are any contingency plans versus what was suggested is the need to meet again. So could staff think about anything that would be compliant with open meetings and the city clerk requirements so that, you know, the one group stays on, you create a new meeting, whatever might work. And then maybe at this point, in addition to questions, maybe the task force chairs would want to take a few minutes to outline their steps since we only have short breaks in between. So
Sure,
questions?
Jeff, this is Justin. I can address your first question. For the breakout rooms, the reason we sent out a new meeting invite was so that I would have access as owner of the meeting to set those up. Last time we relied on another member of the finance team who sent out the original meeting. I do have access to the breakout room feature,
okay,
and I am able to assign members right now to the breakout rooms. What we'll likely do is just keep one in the main room like we did last time, and then send the other task force to a breakout room. As the meeting gets going, I'll go through and assign everybody now so I can see if there's any potential issues, but I'm fairly confident this is going to work the same as it did last time.
Great. Any other questions? I want to thank task force chairs Eric and John for being prepared, and I had been scheduled to be out due to another meeting, but that meeting was rescheduled to Sunday afternoon. And I know that Eric had prepared a statement, so Eric, perhaps you'd want to just read the statement you had prepared in anticipation of having to lead the morning session.
If you give me 1 second, I will pull that up. Okay, the statement that I had was to remind the Public Works Department that they owed us something out of the comment section last year. So this is a statement I was adding. Before beginning with the individual presentations by the Department of Public Works, I would like to review one of the comments provided to the Department of Public Works in last year's CLIC report. And I quote, "CLIC recommends that the Department of Public Works develops in collaboration with city residents a 30-year infrastructure replacement plan that recognizes changing requirements, investment strategies, environmental and climate goals, and emerging technologies that will have a significant lasting impact on Minneapolis." And my question to the department was, has much progress been made towards creating this plan? And that would be it, Jeff.
Thank you, Eric.
Yep.
John, I want to ask if you had any task force comments, statement.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I you know, this is I would just share with everybody that this is our chance to dig in and really ask questions, and don't be shy about that. You know, be polite but you know, be direct and try to dig in and get the answers that we need, because this is a huge part of the input that we get to come up with our individual ratings and our group rankings and all the rest of it. that being said, if something gets missed today, we always have the opportunity to try to reach out to these departments via email, but this is our big shot.
All right, thank you. And then as noted and as sent by email, the advanced questions, we all have the Word document sent to us. So I'm going to ask if Neil or Justin or Robert, if you can try to help us integrate those questions into the schedule.
Jeff, excuse me, but where?
Email.
Okay.
Perhaps Robert could put those up for display.
Jeff, yeah, give us just a second to circulate those. We received a pretty short list of questions in advance of the meeting, and that's what Jeff's referring to here. They're broken out by the different subject areas, and so they should track pretty well. Maybe they're not ordered correctly, but they should track pretty well with the different sections that we have up on the screen here.
Hey Jeff, I do have one other thought about how the morning's going to go. Remembering back to last year.
Yes, John?
Maybe some people from last year can help me remember, but my recollection from last year, at least my sense of it, was that some of the departments used too much of the time to present and didn't allow enough time for us to ask questions. This is a different format for those of you that are newer. When we do this live and in person, it's all one big day and they present and we ask questions. Now it's broken up. They've done these videos. We have a different place where we can see the presentations. And I think, we need to do it politely, but if somebody's going too long, we need to cut them off and allow time for us to ask questions.
Yes, well stated.
Jeff, this is Justin. I do have that document with the questions. I'll pull that up. Feel free to ask me if you need me to zoom in. And then I see Scott Engel had his hand up, and then Eric won.
Scott and Eric.
Yeah, this is Scott Engel. I have a question. Last year, we, as a group, well, Eric referred to this earlier. He was able to get that comment approved by the click into the report last year, and I'm curious. I did not notice any of the responses in the CBRs. Is this the forum where we would follow up on those comments, or do we expect that departments will respond to the comments we made in the report last year in the CBRs?
Scott, I'm sure others may respond. I would say yes, absolutely. This is an opportunity to say that 2020 Click Report, we posed this question, we made this comment. We noticed in the department presentation, the department failed to address the point. Can you address the point now, or can you have some administrator get back to us?
Did anybody know? This was overwhelming this week. I did my best to read everything, but did anybody notice any comment being responded to?
This is Eric. I did not see any comments responded to.
Well, I think we should note this, and perhaps this system is not working. So the system of commenting and getting a response is not working. So something's breaking down, and maybe we need to fix that this year.
Scott,
Thank you, Scott.
So I'll just address what Scott just said. Oh, sorry, people are raising their hands. I'll raise my hand.
Let's go to Eric and then John.
Okay, my question is, Jeff, there is the perennial question about the department heads doing outreach into the communities to find out what the public's view is of capital investments. By the time that they come to us, it's too late in the process, as we all know. So I think that's a question that should always be put in front of the department heads. What have you been doing to reach out to your publics to understand what the priorities of the community may look like? I don't know when that question is asked or when that statement is made.
Is that rhetorical, or is that a perhaps, Eric, respectfully, maybe that would be a question if we didn't ask it, say for the mayor, who basically is like the executive head and council president and Ways and Means budget chair, but, or I'm saying this seriously, you could make a comment on a comment not being responded to. John and John,
So-
and then we.
Yeah, so to Scott's concern about comments being responded to in CBRs, I would say it kind of depends on the comment, right? There's no place in the CBR for them to have a dialogue with us. So if a comment addressed something that's a specific item in the CBR, then sure, that's probably a place where you should expect to see it. I think first of all, there are plenty of comments that go unresponded, and that is an issue. And I'll address that in a second. Sometimes Park Board in particular addresses comments from a previous year in their presentations. Now, whether that's happening in the videos this year, I'm not sure. But certainly our Q&A is a good time to follow up if we feel like we haven't heard. It's been an ongoing problem for many years. It's quite as simple as fixing it, unless you can control other people. But we have made comments about this in past reports, and the mayor has acknowledged that we need a better we've told him we need a better feedback loop, and he's acknowledged that. So it's not a new problem. It's gotten better, but it's not perfect.
Thank you, John. We have Steve Brandt and Katie Jones, and then Amelia, Robert.
I would like to follow up on Sean's point. Even though there's no place in the CBR to respond to the previous year's comment, that's certainly appropriate to be responded to in the oral presentation. And I will note for the record that when we reviewed the guidelines after last year's process in a subcommittee, I proposed penalizing departments for not responding to comments by a modest amount. That did not find support within the group, but there is that option that remains.
Thanks, Steve. Katie, and then Amelia and Robert.
Yeah, so this is kind of along the same lines around comments and being responded to. And so I had been under the impression that, over the last couple of years when we've had public open meetings and people have come to us with sidewalk gaps or repaving the Greenway or the North Side Greenway, we created comments, and then we thought that though it was because of those comments that the next year we had projects come to us in the CIP or as CBRs. And I actually learned that it was kind of a different process that those came through. It was actually through the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. It's really, the connection was through the Public Works staff who was hearing from those committees. That's why those got moved forward. And maybe ours was had an influence there. But I guess it's kind of more my point is that staff, I guess part of the process is the staff can and should be kind of the liaison for our and kind of our champions for what we're working on. And so especially seeing that we have new staff supporting this this body, what can staff do to make sure, like, I know you don't have authority over the public works departments or any of these other departments, but being able to follow up with them to get responses to our comments so that we can also feel effective.
staff response?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that, and good morning, everyone. So I was just, I raised my hand initially just to say, me and my staff have had the opportunity to be in several meetings this week with Public Works and council members, and I know they do really an extensive amount of outreach to communities as they are developing it sort of on the front side that is not really that visible to us. So I think today is a great opportunity for you guys to ask them those questions so you can hear more about that process, because I know they do quite a bit of outreach and engagement in the neighborhoods that they have projects in. So I would encourage you guys to ask those questions. And then the other thing I would say, Katie, to your questions, I think that our role as staff, our role as budget director and as a budget office really is to, one of the most important things is for us to not have our fingers on the scale as it is to run a fair process where we are providing good advice, we are elevating good analysis and making sure decision makers know what their choices are and what the options are. But what I will say is that I think what we can do is make changes to the process based on your feedback and based on maybe some kind of reflections or step back. I think that last year maybe there was one of those, or there were plans to, but this issue that you and that Scott have brought up about how do we close that feedback loop, I think that we can think about how we want to modify our overall click process, sort of the click cycle, to add a step to address that. And I'd be happy to talk about that. So.
Thank you, Amelia. And then we had Robert, and then go back to Scott and Eric.
Oh, yeah, I just dropped myself in queue because I figured we were about to touch on a staff related component, but I don't really have anything to add.
Scott and Eric.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Katie. I think you are correct that perhaps we didn't have as much influence, though I have to disagree on the sidewalk gap program. I was on the pedestrian advisory committee and came to the click and provided feedback. And that is how the log jam got broken. The pedestrian advisory committee had been asking Public Works to make changes for years and was getting no response from their staff. And so it was actually me coming to the click public hearing and testifying about my frustration. And that's what broke the logjam to get that sidewalk gap program created.
Thank you, Scott, for coming to Click and serving on Click and for your comment. Eric?
Yeah, another thank you to Scott. Scott, you just created value for what we're doing. Thank you very much. So my suggestion as a possibility is to put a new section, not a large one, but perhaps just a table with any tasks that we want to give to the staffs and deadlines. For example, if we're asking for an inventory, we in a table just state Click requests an inventory of all water mains by October 1st, and then create a table with 2 blank spots. One blank column being report delivered, and the last one being report reviewed by Click. So call it out. Just be right there. And if the Click report comes back the next year and it's still blank, then we have something tangible and visible to call them on.
Thank you, Eric.
Yep.
So we're getting close to our start time, 8:29. So we'll just have to be mindful of one another, make sure that we give an opportunity for all the members' voices to be heard. Raise hands. We'll try to avoid talking over one another. And perhaps for the interest of efficiency, give the Public Works staff 5 minutes maybe to queue up things and then get into our questions. As was noted by John earlier, they shouldn't take too much of this time for representing what they've presented on the videos. Any concerns with that concept? So do we have,
Hey,
do we
Jeff,
have our
this is
parties
Robert.
in queue? Robert?
Yeah, sorry, Jeff. This is Robert. I think we're still inviting folks into the meeting, or
Okay.
sorry,
Okay.
invitations are out, but I think folks are just jumping into the meeting right now. So if folks are okay with just a little bit of quiet time on the air as staff to start joining.
Okay. Time to refill coffee. Great.
That's right.
Justin, during this quiet time, a question, you just sent out an email at 8:03. Is that going to be the final? Is that going to be the final spreadsheet, the ranking form that we're going to be using?
It will be the final ranking form unless there are any changes or updates that need to be made that Click members see. I will also have a copy for the task force chairs with the previous year ranges marked out. I can send that to you and John as well.
Okay, I'm going to be using that one to collect notes today. Thank you.
This is Robert again. I do want to say, to the extent the team is on the call and actually able to hear, I don't know if they're still getting organized, but we do have Director Hager with us from Transportation Planning and Programming, and I see a few staff are jumping in as well. In case you missed the earlier announcement, I think we're just taking a pause before jumping into the Q&A session. Please feel free to unmute and say hi once you're on the call and ready to go. Otherwise, we'll just sit tight for just a bit.
Thanks, Robert. I saw in the chat, Rich LaRue, did you receive the email? Rich LaRue,
Rich,
sorry.
I did. I certainly did not receive it on the first round. If
Okay.
that was in fact sent out, I did receive the follow-up that was just sent. So I have a question about that. Is there actually an issue with these email lists, or it seems like a couple other people didn't receive that either, so maybe that just never went out.
Rich, this is Justin. I believe the first email may have went to just the chair and or executive committee, and then it also got sent to staff. The email that went to all Click members that you received was the first email that went to all members.
Good, thanks.
Could somebody remind me what day the CBRs were posted for all of us?
Steve, this is Robert. I think folks will have to correct me if I'm wrong. I probably am, but I believe the bulk of them had been submitted on Friday of last week, not this past week, but the week prior.
Okay. Just a bit of feedback. I was able to watch all of the presentations in that roughly week-long period. I would have liked to have scrutinized the actual CBRs, but I was not able to get through all that. And I wondered if other people had difficulty doing the sort of prep for today that they would like to do with a week in advance.
This is Rich. I had the opposite experience. I decided to read everything first, and then I skipped over some of the presentations as I thought that might be redundant to what we would see today. It occurs to me now to maybe recommend if we had had one cycle from receiving all of the information and then having at least one meeting where we could gather maybe in our sub teams or something and discuss sort of overall what we've seen and what we've had, queue all that up before we actually do this session. I don't feel completely prepared to ask detailed questions about, the majority of it, of what we saw. So at least one session of being able to connect with people who may have more experience and ideas about what we've seen before we do the actual Q&A.
Rich and Steve, thanks. This is Robert. Until Jeff Strand is back on, I just want to recognize we have a hand raised.
Yes, Beth Toso.
Yeah, this is Beth. I just wanted to concur with the timing. I wasn't sure if this was typical to have such a short time to review this amount of material. So I don't know if this is typical, but it is a lot of material, especially going through the first time. And I was able to make it through the videos, but yeah, I was not able to delve into the all of the printout, or not printouts, but the CBRs in as much detail as I would have liked to have during that short time.
And I figured if I'm a retired guy and have trouble getting through it all, some of those of you who are still working must have even more trouble.
Yeah, I'm not retired. So it was a stretch.
John?
I would, as somebody who's been on the committee for a long time, I'd just make a couple observations. All of the city staff, with the exception of one person, brand new to the process this year, as are a lot of our members, this year did not go the way a normal year goes. Between COVID and doing this virtually and the fact that we had that amount of turnover. Normally the CBRs are submitted earlier than they were this year, so we get them earlier. It's still a bit of a time crunch, but it should have been a couple of weeks more than it was this year. There's no question about it. I think also all of you will find there's no excuse for that. That needs to get fixed going forward. But to be fair, I think we need to give some grace to the staff because they're all new to this as well. I think also what you'll find going forward is, as you get into this, you quickly figure out the stuff that you need to focus on initially. And, that's a challenge when you're new to this and there's this massive amount of information and you've got no context to figure out what information is the right stuff to focus on. But you'll see as you go through this that you can get quite a bit more efficient about it.
I'd like to say the comments from the members are well stated. We should make a footnote for the 2022 process and just remind us that for those who were on the committee last year, the process was delayed extensively, and so there was actually more lead time when it did get started again. This year, not only did we have significant turnover on the committee, but also with the staffing, new guidelines, and still doing virtual process. So I too felt we had a little bit too compressed timeline as a person who is working full-time and serving on multiple boards and commissions. So we have Robert and Amelia.
Yeah, so this is Robert. Pending Amelia's comment, if we still have some discussion that we need to have around this for the good of the order, I think that makes sense. I did want to just jump in and say, pending Amelia's comment, I think we can start to jump into some of the Q&A here, and I'm prepared to, if click members don't have any additional comments, just kind of start in on some of the written questions to start things off. But I do want to turn it over to Amelia as we're in the middle of a discussion here.
Great, thank you, Robert. I was just going to say a week is certainly a tight turnaround, and on our side, we were also trying to adjust with demands we were putting on all the city staff submitting CBRs. I think next year it makes sense to take a look at the calendar given the way we've done it, and just thinking about how we might do it next year in the past, when we have done these in person in a room with staff presenting, the homework beforehand was much less. And so if we are going back to a situation where that is the norm, then maybe it works to have it in late April. But if we want to make more space, I think it's a great idea to have some time together for new Click members and old Click members. Then maybe we'll want to think about adjusting the calendar. I think it all just depends on what kind of what meetings look like in 2022 also.
Thanks, Amelia. So I think we're ready to start with questions, Robert, if that's.
Sure. Okay. I can jump in. And before jumping in, I'll say that reading long blocks of technical text is probably not my forte. So apologies if I get any of this wrong. I do want to also say, or perhaps echo some of the comments from earlier, in that if presenters want to, I think, make opening remarks or generally say hi and welcome and reorient Click, I think that's entirely okay. Otherwise, we do have the ability to wade into Q&A at this point. Please just flag me or staff if you do want to just take a break and make some general comments. Otherwise, we will just jump in. I do know that we have some members of the Transportation Planning and Programming team on the call, and hearing no objections so far, I think we're ready to jump in on some of these written comments and open up the floor to Click members as well to raise any questions or make any comments that they deem appropriate at this time. So without further ado, I'll jump into the comments that we have up on the screen, the questions that we've received so far. We do have one larger overview comment and a series of questions, I would say, and so I can read through this and then turn this over to the Transportation Planning and Programming team to respond. And the question reads as follows: Public Works uses the terms bike projects and bike programs in discussing the number of miles and dollars to be spent. What is the distinction between those terms definitionally? For the good of the group, I'm going to read through this whole thing, and then I can work back through if it's necessary to work through each of these individual questions as part of this comment. The pie chart for PCI labels the very good category twice at 28% in one wedge and 29% in another wedge. There's no figure given for the good category. Which figure is for good and which is for very good? The accompanying line graph shows citywide PCIs by year historically, but shows no more recent year than 2017. If the city doesn't keep its annual PCI rating up to date, how does it know if it is gaining or losing ground on street conditions? Could actual PCI ratings or ranges where they vary within a project be supplied for each proposed reconstruction project as they were when I started on Click? This is an individual member making a comment, so that we can gauge which of various competing roadway reconstructions have the worst conditions. Several paving programs or projects are not funded or delayed due to bonding constraints. In light of this, is the city still meeting the spending requirements of the 20-year street program? And then finally, when staff notes that Vision Zero has flagged a street for its safety record, is the crash data adjusted for traffic volume? It's quite a bulk of high-level comments. At this point, I'm going to pause and turn it over to the Transportation Planning and Programming staff who may want to respond.
Thanks, Robert. I think before we respond, we're just going to do a quick round of introductions so the Click members know who's on the call today. So my name is Mike Samuelson. I am a transportation planner with Public Works with the Transportation Planning and Programming Division. And I'll pass it over to my colleague, Liz.
Morning, everyone. My name is Liz Heyman. I'm a senior transportation planner in Public Works, Transportation Planning and Programming. I'll pass it over to Trey.
Morning, everyone. My name is Trey Jordan. I'm an associate transportation planner in Transportation Planning and Programming. And Jenny?
Good morning, Click members. I'm Jennifer Hager. Some of you remember me from years ago when I came to you every year for Click. I'm the Director of Transportation Planning and Programming and happy to be here today to help and support the team.
Great. And so now that we've done our introductions, I think we'll just go sequentially through the questions. And if there are follow-ups, certainly click members, please feel free to jump in and ask those. So the first question was about bikeway delivery and bike projects versus bike programs. So there are three general ways that the city delivers bikeway projects on city-controlled streets. There are bikeway programs, there are standalone bikeway projects, and there are reconstruction projects. So our bikeway programs are programmed specific amounts of money every year, and then within those programs we have individual projects. So the best example of this is our BIC 28 Protected Bikeways program, which typically receives $1 million of local funds every year. And then within that $1 million, sometimes that will be spent on a single project, sometimes it will be broken up into multiple projects. And so that $1 million is kind of refreshed every year, and we see sort of different projects cycle in and out. We also have our standalone bikeway projects. So a good example of that is the Queen Avenue Bike Boulevard project, which is being built this year in 2021. So not part of the budget, the CBRs that were submitted to CLIC because it's already been funded. So that's a longer project. It also receives some outside federal funding and just doesn't neatly fit into any of our existing programs. And so because of that, it's got its own CBR and it's standalone. It's just kind of a one-time funding. So that's the second way of delivering bikeway projects. The third way is through our street reconstruction projects. So as part of our street reconstructions, we look at our policy goals and determine if there is a need based on policy and based on our engagement to construct a bikeway. So a good example of that is the Hennepin Downtown project, which has been under construction for a little while now, and moving into phase 2 this year. So as part of that overall street reconstruction, where we are replacing pavement, traffic lights, pedestrian infrastructure, we're also building a bikeway as well. So those are the three types of, I guess, delivery mechanisms that were called out in that presentation, and hopefully kind of talk through what the differences are and how those are delivered. And if there are no follow-ups, I think Liz is going to move on to the next question about PCI.
Yes, thanks, Mike. So on the question about the pie chart, it looks like on that one, that was just a labeling error, and that the graph should show 28% for very good and 29% for good. The more substantial question, I think, is about data collection within the city for our pavement. So pavement condition index, it says it's shown historically, but no recent than 2017. So it's correct that the last time we collected data on our streets was in 2017. That was the first time the city used an automated data collection process. So took a van, strapped it up with all kinds of cool stuff, ran it around the city, and took every street center line pavement condition for the whole city, every block. And that year we actually did every block. In past years, before we started this new process, we had actually collected data approximately every 4 years for like each kind of quadrant of the city. So in our opinion, it kind of like evens out if we have the whole city in 1 year versus a rotating by hand approach every 4 years. I'll say right now we're doing the internal work at the staff level to figure out the scope and extent of how we'll be doing that data collection this next time, looking at doing that work in 2022, I believe is the goal at this point. So it's a new way of doing data collection for us, but somewhat similar to the timeline that we had collected PCI previously.
Okay, no follow-up there. I can head into the third question.
Katie Jones.
Okay.
Katie Jones has a question. And
Yes.
Steve Brandt.
Thanks. This is related. also kind of jumping off of a comment we had made last year. Is the city planning on creating a metric for pavement conditions for non-street modes? So I'm thinking bike paths as well as sidewalks.
Yeah, we're working on both of those things. So we have working on putting together a pilot program for sidewalk data collection, as well as trail collection data as well.
Is there a timeline on that? Would we expect that to be next year in your presentations?
So we're working to try and figure out when that data collection would take place, if it makes sense for the types of companies that collect data on streets, talking to a lot of them to see what their capabilities are for trail and sidewalk data collection. As you can imagine, those facilities are much smaller and more difficult to collect data on. So we're trying to figure out the best way to do that with a mix of our, is it internal forces? Is it hiring an external company? So a lot of things to work through to make sure we're kind of hitting that sweet spot in terms of cost, staff time, and data quality.
Steve?
I wanted to check then, as the author of most of these questions, whether the 2022 timing means that you're switching to a 5-year cycle of collection of data, and whether that'll be permanent or whether this is somehow just related to COVID. And then secondly, will the trail collection data be only for city trails, or will you try to integrate park trails in so that we have a comprehensive set of data, knowing that they're a separate unit of government?
Sure. So our focus is on city trails for our work. Regarding the first question, it's a mix of both. So some of it is trying to figure out, how good our data is from this first round of data collection, and what it means to go out and check the streets as they kind of deteriorate a small bit year by year for pavement condition. The goal is 4 years. That remains to be it. But given the last challenging year in terms of staffing and COVID related changes to the way we work, it's happening that it's going to be 5 years. So goal remains at 4 years, but we're looking into it about how we're going to continue on moving forward.
And one thing just to add, Liz, is one of the things that city staff were looking at is collecting this data more on a rolling process. So in the past, we collected all the data at once, and there were some issues from the vendor with being able to process that much data and getting it to city staff. So there was a lot of lag time. So one of the things that we're looking at now is, dividing the city kind of into quadrants and collecting, a quarter of the data every year. And that will allow the vendors to process the data more quickly, get it to city staff, make it more usable.
Let's go to Eric, then Scott, then Dan. Eric?
Okay, sorry about that. This question's for Mike. Mike, you mentioned Queen Avenue a little earlier. And my question is, it's been a number of years since the public had even heard that something was being done. Before implementing anything, it's useful to remind the public that something's happening on their street. We had a greenway problem a couple of years ago, more because it was a surprise than because of the merits of the project. What are your practices for reminding people that something's going to be happening next year or the year afterwards, so that there are no surprises?
Thanks, Eric. We did do some engagement on that project in 2019 and early 2020. So that included visiting neighborhood associations, holding open houses. We attended, did some tabling at recreation centers near Queen Avenue. We also sent out mailings to addresses on Queen Avenue and on adjacent streets. So there has been communication in the past couple of years. As we moved to layout approval, which happened last spring, we did a particularly big push. That was during COVID, so it's understandable that folks' attention might have been elsewhere, so that the timing was difficult there. And We did have some schedule constraints just because of the federal funding on that project, kind of dictates timeline. So, all of that's, with COVID, not necessarily ideal, but there was quite a bit of engagement that was done on that project. And as construction starts, we anticipate, a new round of providing information to the public.
Okay, great. I live in the area, and our neighborhood association has not been working for the last year and a half. So I've been looking for information, and none was forthcoming. So if we could figure out a better way to get that information out, I think your projects would be much more successful. Jocelyn also lives in that neighborhood. Jocelyn, do you have something to add?
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm going ahead of someone else. My comment, and thank you, Eric, for bringing that up. My comment would be that posting something might be beneficial. So I noticed that because I live in North Minneapolis, but work in South Minneapolis, that there's a lot of postings like on light poles, telling them that there's this project, and if they want to give feedback or anything, there's literal postings just all down Lindale. And then I think there's something that must be happening on Bryant, and there's postings that this is happening on Bryant. Saying that you're talking to the neighborhood association, great, but as Eric said, the neighborhood association isn't functioning at this point. So just simple postage, which I'm sure it has a cost to it, would be beneficial, and would feel it to someone that is going across town would feel more equitable, that there's some signage that I can just see, that you don't have to come and talk to me, but that I could, if I want to engage further, I can go to whatever website or information is posted on that sign. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm the project manager for both of those projects, or the combination of projects on Bryant and Lindale. Those signs are a first-time thing for us during COVID, so we worked with our operations staff to figure out how we could deploy those. So really glad that they're working and they're catching people's eye. We do intend to continue to move forward with that strategy, because we have found that they're a very easy way to make sure people are aware of the project. So we agree with you, and we'll be continuing to do that moving forward.
Thanks, Jocelyn, Eric, and we'll go to Scott and then Dan.
Yeah, I have a question about PV 104, the Americans with Disabilities Act pedestrian ramp program. For one, I want to mention that the CBR is out of date. It refers back to the pedestrian master plan from 2009, and it doesn't seem to acknowledge that the ADA transition plan was approved last year. It also states that there are 15,000 corners in the city and that many of them are deficient. Does Public Works keep track of how many of those are deficient and are meeting the requirements of the ADA? And I'm also curious to know, it says this program can fund up to 100 pedestrian ramps a year, and there are 15,000 corners, so that seems very slow. The ADA was passed in 1990, so it's been 31 years. And so I'm curious to know, when does Public Works know what condition all of the ramps are, and when are they going to be upgraded to meet the requirement?
Thanks for that question, Scott. So we do have a set of data for our ramps. So a couple things about that. We started that in 2012. There's been changing guidelines, for the ADA over the years about what makes an ADA ramp, up to standard. And we are continuing to collect the data at each of these locations to figure out the best way to do that. A lot of these we know have to be re-inventoried based on new guidelines to confirm whether the ramps have appropriate slopes, and if they remain on the list that needs to be replaced. We do understand that that is, you know, the 30 years is a long time. And our ADA and transition plan has some strategies included around that of how the city is moving forward with that issue. We do anticipate that it would take approximately 20 to 30 years. That's correct. And cost approximately $400 million to take care of every single ramp in the city. I'll note that PB 104, the ADA transition plan, the ADA ramp program is only one way that the city upgrades ramps. We also do those through our reconstruction projects with some of our small spot projects. And then we work with our partners in the private sector to ensure that when developments come through, they would be reconstructing any ramps that they would be touching as well. So a lot on that. To the point about the CBR being out of date, I'll write a note. We can go back and check that. I'll say, a lot of data to update this year in a new environment. So apologies if that's out of date, and we can check on that as staff.
So back to the 15,000, does Public Works know out of the 15,000 ramps, like how many need to be upgraded? Did you do that assessment as part of the ADA transition plan that was approved in 2020?
So as I mentioned, we're continuing on that inventory. So we have data at a large amount of locations, but we still need to continue to.
Out of the 15,000, how many do you have, do you think?
Scott, I'm going to jump in here. Yeah, Liz and Scott, thank you for the question. We did a full self-inventory in the 2012, 2013 timeframe. We hit all those corners. We sent staff out. They used a new app that the city developed to collect that data. All that data is available to us. The challenge, Scott, is that since then, we have found out that some of the data that was collected wasn't as good as it needed to be for us. And so while we do have a good handle from a kind of a high level picture of the condition of those ramps, we do know that we need to go back and take a look at some of them and get better data and more refined data for things like the slopes on the panels approaching the ramp itself and the slope behind the ramp. So we generally know the condition of those ramps. We know that we are needing to go back and check on some of that fine-grained data, and we've been working to improve our collection process so that the next time we go out and look at those, that we are able to ensure that data quality. So I would say it's a yes/no answer to your question.
So just the last point on this is that we were told last year during the CBR sort of some of this, that maybe some of the data wasn't completely up to speed, and that there was going to be a pilot program last summer to reassess. Did that take place? And how close will, like when, in like 2025 or 2030, will you have a complete data set? And then only then will you know when you can actually meet the ADA law, isn't that correct?
So we have an estimate on how long it's going to take us to get through our ramps. I think Liz already stated that based on the ADA transition plan, it's in there with our current programming models, 20 to 30 years and $400 million. But Scott, to answer your question, we did do the pilot last summer. Staff are still pulling that data in and evaluating that data, so that I'm not ready to report on the pilot itself with you yet, but staff are working on gathering that information so that we can determine what worked well, what didn't work well. They tried a couple different methods of data collection, and they're looking at how to improve the data collection of our ramps as well, Scott, but also taking a look at what's called for in the ADA transition plan and taking a look at how we gather the data on the sidewalks themselves. So those stretches in between the ramps where we know that we generally have an idea of where sidewalks are, how wide they are, but we don't necessarily know what obstructions are within those sidewalks and what the cross slopes of those sidewalks are. And so we're working to develop a process where we can go get that data as well, which we know is data that we need to have and is called for in the ADA transition plan. So we did do that pilot work last summer, like we said we would.
Very good. Thank you, Scott. Can we go to Dan Miller and then Eric Wan?
Good morning. I first just want to thank people in Public Works here that have put together these presentations. I find them very, very helpful, and I know it takes a lot of work, but what you've done the last 2 years is very commendable. We were talking about counts, and one count that I'm familiar with that I participate in is the annual bike count. And you know, the last year it was reduced to basically public works projects that were going to be worked upon. So it was kind of condensed down, and the program works through volunteers, and I know that they always get the volunteers to participate. So I'm concerned that we are not using that as fully as we can. We've also seen, or I've also noted that in 2016, the counts have not been recorded on the bike count, or 2017. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, and I'd like to just ask if you could see what you could do to expand the count this year beyond specific public works projects in motion. There's a lot of things that I think ongoing records could be very helpful in just seeing the success in different bikeways and pathways. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I'll share a little bit, and others may be able to jump in and provide a little bit more context. So last year in particular, you know, I think with COVID and changes in transportation patterns, I think all the counts we took, not just related to people biking and walking, but just all transportation related counts are kind of being taken with a little bit of a grain of salt, because it's such a different scenario than, you know, quote unquote normal. And frankly, we don't know what normal will return to. There's a lot of discussion about how transportation patterns may change. But in terms of counts, you know, we do have the annual process that you talked about. We're also working with a third-party vendor to do general intersection counts across the city, 24-hour counts that capture not just bikes and peds, but vehicles and freight, freight versus private vehicles, things like that. So we'll have a little bit more data than we typically would. So we started that, I believe, in 2019, where we focused on kind of parts of South Minneapolis and doing these 24-hour counts. And so that's provided us with a really robust data set, and we're looking to kind of move forward with that and making a lot of these processes automated rather than having to rely on volunteers and staff.
Good, Dan. We'll go to Eric.
you.
Do you mind if we go to Amity first, and then Eric, and then John?
That'd be great.
Amity?
Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, I had to find the unmute button. I have a question about PV 74, the cooperative project CDR. Is there a way to find out like what the details of each project and the city's involvement with them would be, specifically around the D line?
Yes, great question. So I'm just pulling this up right now. So specifically on the D line, the best place to find information for that is Metro Transit's website. So they are the lead on all these ABRT projects, arterial bus rapid transit, that folks can see listed on the PV 074 cooperatives project map. In terms of city involvement, we work very closely with Metro Transit on this. So we have a staff member in our division who meets with people regularly. We help get the word out to stakeholders in the area. We work with the council office to make sure that they're up to speed. So we work with our traffic people to make sure that we figure out what traffic signal is upgrading and what kind of opportunities the city could participate in to help support the development of that line. So on all of these projects, we have a city staff member represented, but our partner agency is the lead on that one. And so the most up-to-date information would be on their website.
Could I just jump in there, Liz, and just offer maybe a little more specific detail for the D line? For example, Metro Transit will plan to have stations on 2 kind of kitty corners of an intersection for their particular transit service, right? And that's where we have an opportunity to come in, and we will often fund the upgrades to the opposite corners, so that one, we can make sure every corner at that intersection is up to snuff in terms of ADA design, and we can ensure that there's, you know, clear, safe, accessible bus stations around that entire intersection. And if our safety data shows it, for example, we might also call for like a bump out in order to further improve that intersection. So those are the types of things when we are participating locally that we're looking for, and the types of locations that we're looking at, if that's helpful.
Good. We'll go to Eric and then John.
Okay, all right, I'm going to circle back a little. In last year's CLIC report, there was a general question asked of Public Works regarding, and I'll read it. CLIC recommends that the Department of Public Works develops in collaboration with city residents a 30-year infrastructure replacement plan that recognizes changing requirements, investment strategies, environmental climate goals, and emerging technologies. Have you begun working on that, creating that inventory so that we know what's in the queue? Particularly because we know that the federal government's thinking about a huge infusion of infrastructure funds over the next couple of months. Do you have a list of those shovel-ready projects? And I'm thinking about Scott's projects in particular. Those are, if you've got 1,500, there's a great set of shovel-ready projects to go for federal funding. And my second part of my question is, what are your practices right now in engaging minority firms using that equity lens on getting this work done, this infrastructure work done across the city? Are you actively outreaching and bringing in minority firms?
Thanks for those questions, Eric. I'm gonna try to work through those, and if I forget something, please let me know. So your first question about kind of an asset plan. As we talked about at the beginning of our conversation today, the city does keep current pavement condition data and other asset data that we use in our programming efforts. That's a very important data source for us. We also are tracking our safety data. That's important for us as well. If you're familiar with our 20-year streets funding plan, that is the process by which we run all of our data through, and it creates a list of project suggestions for us. It balances how we look at projects against asset condition information and equity criteria. So when we engaged with the community, we heard that equity to them meant, you know, modal equity. How are we planning our systems? How are we investing in our systems, and where? And so we balance that criteria and we create that list of projects. The data that's used in the background of the 20-year streets funding plan is also actively kept current against data sources that are available in the region. Our traffic folks are also keeping close data for all of their systems, traffic signals, signs, striping, all of that. So we have that data available to us. We use that regularly. We also just completed our 10-year transportation action plan, which has a whole host of very specific strategies and actions for us on how we're going to invest in our infrastructure over the next 10 years. Some of those actions are things that we're going to do and they're labeled as do actions. And some of those actions are things we're going to support because they're things that our partner agencies they own and we participate in. So I think we do have that plan in place. There's also other planning documents. We've got our Vision Zero action plan. We've got our ADA transition plan in place. All of these inform the work that we're doing and how we are pulling this program together for you. In terms of federal funding sources and other funding opportunities that come to us, we are ready for those. The TAP is greatly informing how we are responding to that information right now. I don't have anything to share with you yet because it's a very dynamic conversation of which there's no answer to yet, but we are using all of that information that I just explained and the TAP in particular as we are working with our Intergovernmental Relations Department to plan for and respond to those federal funding opportunities that are coming forward.
Thank you. Do we cover all of Eric's questions? I have John next in queue. John, Steve, and Katie.
We have the last question regarding engaging marginalized and minority groups in
contracting.
Yes. Yes, thank you for that. Yes, Public Works does actively work very hard to ensure that we are engaging with minority firms and women-owned businesses. So we have a process where we've got some of those firms already pre-identified where we can quickly contract with them. We also work closely with our procurement department in the TMP. What does TMP stand for, team? Anybody?
Target market program.
Target market program. Thank you. It's Saturday morning, so it wasn't at the tip of my tongue. The target market program, where we often can also get to a lot of those firms, not through our typical engineering consultant pool, but these firms that are available in our target market program for us to work with. The Public Works is also doing a lot more of direct engagement with organizations embedded within the community to help us with engagement and extend our reach, our engagement reach into the community. Contracting with some of these organizations that help us get to underrepresented communities to help us there. So we are doing a lot to try to get to some of those firms.
And I just want to put in a plug for the Target Market program. It is a place where we turn to a lot to look for, smaller, locally owned firms. If you know people who you think would fit or be able to, take a request for proposal, whether that be for engagement or design work or any of those things, we're really looking for a diverse set of groups in that program. I've heard from our procurement that it's fairly easy to sign up for. I've never signed up, so I'm not 100% sure what the process is, but if you know people and they have questions, give them our email, give them my email address. We are working very hard to try and expand the reach of that program and get people into the fold that may not know about it.
Great. Yeah, I've got 250 Latino businesses on Lake Street that will connect up with you.
Cool. Bring
Right.
it on. 250. Let's do it.
Okay, thanks, Eric. So we have in queue John, Steve, Katie, Scott, Dan.
Thanks, Jeff. So good morning, everybody. Thank you to city staff for joining us for a half day, even on a 35-degree spring morning. I'm sure there's things you'd rather be doing than this, so we appreciate your presence and your efforts. I have two project-specific questions. These are on the two alley paving projects. For anybody following along, this is PV006, which is the reconstruction, and PV63, which is unpaved alleys. Those have, for as long as I can remember, been consistently funded at the same level every year. And I noticed that it appears that they've been suspended for 2022 through 2024. So I was just wondering, looking for some color on that.
Thanks, John. I can start out. I'm going to get into a little bit more background, and then I'll circle back to your question specifically on the alley programs. So as Public Works has been going through the CIP process this year and working with finance to establish what our bond targets are, one of the things that that we established with finance was that last year's budget, which was passed in December, or rather this year's budget, which was passed in December, there was starting in 2023, the bond targets didn't match the overall bond capabilities of the city. And so essentially we had $56 million of additional bonds in last year's budget, which weren't consistent with the citywide bond targets. And so now that this year's budget, the CIP that we're working on now, is trying to bring into alignment Public Works's spending levels and overall city bond targets. And so we're looking to essentially kind of make up for that $56 million difference over several years. And so as part of that, we had to make adjustments to funding levels across all of our program types. So we looked at our reconstruction projects, we looked at our paving programs, including the alley programs, we looked at our bike ped programs, we looked at our traffic programs, we looked at our bridge programs. We made some adjustments to funding for all of those. And so with what we're submitting to CLIC, that does include the suspension of those alley programs for several years. Now it's important to note that the alley programs are very important. and that we understand that, you know, they're something that residents really value and an important service that the city provides. But just as we were looking to make up for that difference in funding levels between what we showed last year and what we have this year, we wanted to make sure that we prioritized a few things. So the first is we wanted to make sure that we didn't jeopardize outside funding, so particularly federal and state grants. So we have a number of projects that are in motion right now. The Hennepin Avenue Reconstruction Project, the Dowling Avenue North Project, 37th Avenue Northeast, which all have outside funding, and we didn't want to jeopardize those projects by, rather jeopardize that funding by moving those projects around. We also wanted to try and be both consistent with the goals in the Transportation Action Plan and be consistent with preserving assets kind of across the city. And so, you know, as we work through these different goals, we made sort of adjustments to funding across the board, and alleys were some of the things that are currently proposed to not be funded for the next few years. But as I mentioned, you know, we recognize that alleys are a very important service or asset that the city has, and we're looking for ways, you know, to make sure that we maintain those assets.
Thanks for that clarification. So just one point of clarification. So that specific issue is an issue over the next 3 years. Is that accurate? That underfunding issue?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mike. I have Steve, Katie, and Scott.
I'd like to get back to the list of pre-submitted questions. I have 3 more overview questions and 7 project specific. And I appreciate the staff's answers to the earlier questions. They were very on point. One question I had is, when I started with CLIC in 2017, we had PCI ratings for each project, or ranges where the different segments had different PCIs. I find those very helpful in gauging competing roadway reconstructions, but I didn't see them in this year's report, or this year's CBRs, I should say. Could we get those for the projects that are submitted?
Hi, so this is Trey Jordan with Transportation Planning and Public Works. So I can take this question. And as Jenny noted, and as Liz noted too, we primarily use our 20-year street funding plan with the context around pavement and asset condition, combined with equity and some of our other qualitative analysis around when it's the right time to actually do the project, not only pavement condition. And so that's how we kind of pick these projects that best fit for whatever year in the CIP. In addition to that pavement information, PCI is not the only signifier of a road's condition. There's also the year it was constructed, the maintenance that occurred on the street since its construction, as well as some of the subgrade information that we gained from our core samples. And so to provide that information here for you all, your review would only give you a very a subset of the information that you would need to actually prioritize which streets are in better condition than others. And so that's, well, I'm not exactly sure why we provided it when you started CLIC, but I would assume that that's the rationale that we no longer are providing that information.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but I understand that you use many factors. I'm talking about the factor that's most important in my mind as a CLIC member. When you propose more projects than there's funding for in a particular year, this is the first factor I look at, and it's valuable to me. The next question is, given the bonding constraints that were discussed a minute ago, is the city still meeting the minimum spending requirements of the 20-year street program?
Thanks, Steve. I'll jump in on the question about the 20-year streets funding program. So when that ordinance was passed, the 20-year streets funding program, additional funding, it kind of set up two types of ways we look at our money. So there was what was referred to in the ordinance as the current city general fund. And then there was the additional money, which was $21.2 million plus inflation for the next 20 years. And so the 21.2 million plus inflation, the additional money, that is being programmed towards paving projects. So our reconstruction, our resurfacing, our concrete rehabilitation, our cooperative projects. So that money is being programmed, as the ordinance calls for. I think what's maybe changed this year is the strain on that base funding, both from other public works projects and also from other projects that aren't public works, where there are bond funding needs across the city enterprise. So we are programming that additional funding towards paving projects. We are not programming all of that base funding towards paving projects as well.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask, in your Vision Zero flagging of a street for its safety record, is the data that you use on crashes or injuries or whatever adjusted for traffic volume, or is it just a gross figure?
I guess I don't have the exact data for me for like that you're asking about in the Vision Zero, but I'll say that with our data records, we don't want to bring down the amount of counts to adjust for that type of look. Mike or Jenny, do you have any follow-up on that one? I know we look at our safety data, so it's consistent across all the streets, so we can evaluate it in the best way possible that we have with the data that we have available to us.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, Steve, the question is if the crash data is a rate based on the overall traffic volume, or if it's just the total number of crashes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding, I'd have to verify this to be 100% certain, is that we just look at the total number of crashes. And then if we looked at traffic volumes and tried to develop crash rates, you might have streets that have really low volumes flagged. If you have a really low volume street that for some reason, also has a couple crashes, it might look like it's a very dangerous street where, a block over, you might have a street with many more total crashes that just has higher traffic volumes. So, my understanding is that we look at the total number of crashes as the primary factor.
Okay. I think we need to move to another questioner, Steve, if you don't mind, and we'll try to get back to those pre-advanced questions. So, in fairness, I want to ask if James Brown, who has had his hand raised, I believe is a first-time question asker, and so I'd like to give James the opportunity, and then we'll go to the queue, which is then Katie, Scott, Dan, Robert, and myself. I put myself in queue. James? I've seen the hand raised on and off. So James, do you have a question?
Looks like he's muted.
There you go. Perhaps if James seems to be muting and unmuting, if there's a technical issue, I suppose if you could put something in the chat, we can have staff read it.
Sorry, no, I'm good. I lowered my hand.
Oh, thanks. So then Katie, Scott, and Dan.
Yes, so I have two main questions. The first is that I'm so excited about the transportation action plan that Public Works and the city have put together. So kudos to that. And recognizing the big vehicle miles travels reduction goals in that, I'm curious if level of service as a metric is still being used, because I know that there can be some issues with that, and that just kind of harkens back to the conversation around metrics gathering. And so I'm just curious, in some ways, if there's still utility in collecting throughput or volume numbers, given that we have, that's based on past information where we have a vision of going somewhere else in the future. So that's kind of the first question. And then the second one, given the Transportation Action Plan, will Public Works only put forth project designs that are consistent with that plan going forward?
Thanks for the question, Katie. We are also very excited about the Transportation Action Plan. So thanks for that. If you've looked through the plan in detail, which it sounds like you have, you will note in there that we do have an action that calls for us to not use level of service as a key metric in our work. But that is nuanced and talks a little bit about how sometimes we do still need to use that as a metric when we are working with some of our partner agencies, and when some of the funding that we might be securing, some outside funding, requires us to use that metric in order to retain that funding. So wherever possible, we are encouraging our partner agencies to also go away from using straight level of service as a metric in design, and moving more towards person throughput than vehicle throughput. So that's one reason we still continue to collect those traffic volumes, is that is a way for us to convert from vehicle throughput to person throughput as we do our designs. When it comes to designing our streets to follow the Transportation Action Plan, the Companion Street Design Guide, and our other policy documents, yes, those are policies, and the city is working and ensuring that our work is informed by those.
Thank you. Scott? Scott?
Yeah, I have a question about SWK 002 sidewalk gaps. First, I'm going to note, once again, I think the CBR is quite out of date. It's referring back to the 2009 Pedestrian Master Plan, and it refers to 108 miles of sidewalk gaps. And from that plan, so I'm assuming in the last 12 years, that a lot of those miles of sidewalk gaps have been filled, hopefully. My other point is that it looks like this program is being put on pause for the next 3 years, unfunded. I find it frustrating that it's number 10 on Public Works priority. Pedestrians are supposed to be the top priority, and I feel like this is an ADA issue. And the last point is that this program is one of the smallest in the CLIC report. It's only 150,000 historically per year. And so I think this is a mistake.
Thanks, Scott. So first of all, thank you for those comments on the written CBR, and similar to the comments on PB 104, the ADA ramp program. We'll have to go back and look at some of the items that you called out and make sure that those are up to date. As far as the funding levels for the sidewalk gap program, you are correct that for the next few years, similar to what we discussed with alleys, that this is a program that's not currently planning to be funded. Last year, we actually had increased the funding for this program from 150 to 300,000, just recognizing that the costs have increased. And in the past, we had issues with underfunding the program and what that meant for sort of our ability to plan out over multiple years. And so we were looking at funding this at $300,000 a year, and that's what we showed in last year's budget. So just a slight difference there. As far as the priority level and sort of the decision made to cut funds for this program over the next few years, it's obviously a very difficult decision. The city has a lot of goals around improving pedestrian access. The sidewalk gap certainly not the only program that we have that improves pedestrian access, and just as we're looking to make up for that shortfall and to have cuts across across our CIP program. The sidewalk gap was one way that we look to make up that that difference in funding. You know, a lot of our other bike ped programs have some kind of outside funding available, and so again, we didn't want to jeopardize that outside funding, which increases our ability to build new infrastructure with the city. With that said, I understand your frustration, and you know, this is certainly, as we move forward, we're looking for ways to you know, to hopefully to backfill some of the funding for not just the sidewalk gap program, but some of the other programs that have had their funding level affected.
The problem I think I see is that everything Public Works has put out in the last few years in the city council is that pedestrians are the top priority. And I don't feel like this is showing that. There are plenty of programs that are below. This is number 10, like I said, on your own priority list. So the fact that it's cut significantly, don't tell me that it's your priority, show me. And once again, I think this is a mistake.
Understood, yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Go to Dan and then Robert and then Chair. And then I'm going, at a request, we want to go back to the written questions that were submitted in advance if there's no objection after this queue.
This is, thank you. This is a question regarding PV 001 Parkway Paving Program. If you can put the map up on that on the screen for everybody. I think everybody that travels on Theodore Wirth Parkway is very excited about what happened last year in 2021 to see the repaving between 26th and Golden Valley Road and around the Theodore Wirth Lodge, and also the extension of funding, which wasn't on there but was included by council action this year to basically complete between Golden Valley Road and Theodore Wirth Park, Theodore Wirth Lodge. My question for you is that there doesn't seem to be a vehicle that it's not getting addressed in this program, and there's no program out there that addresses basically pedestrian enhancements across the improved sections. Now, you know, nothing is going to go in there anytime soon, and the paving program, if I read what I read correctly, it's basically to replace pavement. However, there's nothing on here that improves or talks about improving ability to get across that final intersection to Theodore Wirth Parkway from 26th, from Plymouth Avenue, which is getting rebuilt this year. But the last intersection to get across, there's no pedestrian enhancement. It's unfortunately a very, very big difference north of 394 compared to south of 394 in what pedestrian enhancements are along the way system. And you could do that. You could just do a simple check and counting your signs and your records to realize the vast inequity that is there. And I would really like to see how one could, because I did try, I tried up on 26th Avenue, which is an improved intersection from what it was the last time there was repaving up there. There's now a trailhead that goes right into North Minneapolis on 26th Avenue North. There's a nice ride station. There's a lot more activity. And I got the usual thank you, but we'll take it under consideration. Nothing is being thought about on this, and I really would like to get it on the radar. So when you complete Theodore Wirth for this time, because it won't be back a long time from now, that we can look at intersections like 26, the Plymouth intersection, the 29th intersection, for that matter, McNair. These are all, it just should be looked upon and treated the same way as West River Road and you know, Minnehaha Parkway and around the lakes. I do hope that we can do that for Theodore Wirth and also for your planned planning for the 2003 St. Anthony Boulevard Parkway.
Hi, Dan. This is Ray. Thanks for your question. So I can give a little bit of context about the programming outlook, some of the funding constraints along for the PV001 program, Parkway Paving. As you noted, the work that we did on Theodore Worth this year and last year was part of a combined effort to repave Theodore Worth from 29th to Olson Memorial, but that work came with a heavy cost due to some of the contaminants we found in the soil, effectively taking more of the Parkway budget than we had initially expected. And that same work that was necessary on Theo will also likely be necessary on St. Anthony and many of the other segments, Parkway segments currently listed in the program that you see on the screen here. So considering some of those funding constraints and those anticipated funding impacts to the Parkway program, we're trying to make sure that the program goes out and does the intent of the program first, and that's repaving the Parkway system. And so any of these additional connections kind of fall outside the scope of the Parkway program itself. I will note that the city does have other programs that fund pedestrian improvements and connections, but I'll also note that those are based off safety concerns and documented safety needs. But as of now, just to kind of be succinct and answer your question, the Parkway program is very constrained, and we have a lot more in the backlog, and we want to make sure that we're having trouble addressing those, and want to make sure that we can address those as expedient as possible.
I understand that, and that's exactly my point, is that it's what's there is basically to resurface the roads and basically make Theodore Worth Parkway into Theodore Worth Expressway. You've eliminated the one thing that slowed traffic down, which was the poor road conditions. And as you improve these things, just like they did on West River Road, just like they've done through Minnehaha Parkway, it's time to be able to look at simple sign and paint improvements. And nothing in the city program that I see addresses that during these constraints. You know, it's just impossible to get done. And the only reason I'm raising it is to point out that, you know, it's obvious, and people, citizens are not heard. And we are just allowing something, we're looking the other way and not addressing an issue that should be quite literally addressed with the Transportation Action Plan, because it's across the park board and the city, and this is the amount that's been agreed to. Thanks, you.
Thanks, Dan. I'd also note that we are working with our partners at Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to, essentially manage this program, and we're on some of the feedback they've heard thus far, but I'll just reiterate too that these improvements that you're highlighting are more so driven by safety needs and safety concerns. And so we primarily use the data-driven process when we target locations to be improved.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but believe me, the back and forth finger pointing between the park and city leaves a problem for the people that like to use these parks and parkways. And it's very, very evident in the northern half of the city. So the one time that these projects get worked on, we really should be looking at that. And it's a comment I'm planning to submit, and just ask that you find a solution to this, because there isn't a solution right now.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Jerome. So we had Robert patiently waiting in queue.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. I had, I primarily jumped in queue just to keep the written questions in queue. I think you already had a note on that. I also just want to do a quick time check. We're at 9:40. I believe we have a break scheduled for 10:20. And I know it looks like we do have Ole Mersinger on the line as well, related to the bridges work that the city does as well.
Very good. So this segment, we have street paving, bike paths, sidewalks, bridges, and as you noted, we have a break scheduled at 10:20. So I had placed myself in queue, and then I said, with no objection, we'd go to some of the written questions submitted, and then after that, Katie. And my question, I'm hoping, is for the right group, Public Works team present currently. So relative to Vision Zero, as a person with arthritis who Although I enjoy biking, I have some limitations because of arthritic knees that have not yet been replaced and may never be. But, and also I happen to live in a community that is not close to downtown while I work downtown. And so while I've examined like electric bike option, that sort of thing, I'm primarily reliant upon a hybrid vehicle and will eventually move to an electric vehicle if that's feasible. My question relative to Vision Zero and some of the traffic calming and other engineering elements. The comments anecdotally from my neighbors in Shingle Creek and the north side, as well as myself, personal observation. For example, it's outside of your purview, but in Brooklyn Center on the Brooklyn Boulevard Osseo Road changes, where some of the constricting of the lanes has, for example, resulted in drivers not being either informed or educated or lack of enforcement. And I recognize the racial equity and the obvious need for law changes relative to traffic enforcement being inequitable and unjust presently. However, that said, for example, having your Met Transit station run into by vehicles because the drivers are not observing proper methodologies. And we're going to be working on the Osseo Bridge, I believe, soon, which currently has a striped median, which my neighbors and I find that people will speed up to pass cars going into that striped center median that doesn't really prevent vehicles from going into it. But my question for you is, what sort of empirical research data do you test engineering design changes? This committee heard at the public input session this week the idea of moving traffic signals closer, just like the no turn on red. My direct experience multiple times, as well as my neighbors, is that people will go around and pass when that sign is moved to the near side of the intersection. So my question to the Public Works design staff is, do the engineers actually vet the changes to make sure that they work in the real world setting with human beings and human nature? Or is there any kind of way to coordinate this with education and other means to make sure that people understand the changes? Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff, for that question. So a lot there. So the first thing is we rely on a large body of national research and also our local evaluation to determine how we move forward with designs to make them as safe as possible for our most vulnerable street users. So there's a lot to go on. We also, practice context sensitive design. So looking specifically at, at the location, we go out and do field walks to see what the best option is to make sure that we're supporting our Complete Streets policy to protect our most vulnerable streets users. So yes, they are vetted, they're evaluated, and we learn from our past designs to make sure that we're putting the best design forward that we can.
Thank you. So then if there's no objection, we'll go back to some of the advanced questions from Steve and others, and then we'll go to Katie.
Okay, my first question has to do with the cost of the half-mile project for Dowling Avenue North. It's 19.6 million. I've cited several examples of projects of similar length that are less than half of that cost. Does that reflect existing conditions and maybe a lack of amenities along that stretch that the other projects don't need to start from? Can you explain why this is so expensive for the length?
Thanks for the question, Steve. I'm going to take this one. And I'm just going to let you know that you won't be satisfied with my answer right now, but we will get you an answer. I will say that we worked closely with our project teams in developing these cost estimates, so I have confidence in the cost estimate, but I cannot answer your question about why it's higher than other similarly similar projects in length. So we will get those details and get a written response back to you as soon as possible. But I did want to let you know that we do have confidence in the number.
Thank you. Regarding PV 127 37th Avenue Northeast, I believe this was conceived as a cooperative project with Columbia Heights. I was unclear whether the 13.1 million figure included the Columbia Heights contribution or whether that's an add-on, and whether this is still seen as a project that will be done simultaneously by both cities.
I can take that one, Steve. The 13.1 million does include funding from Columbia Heights. So this project received a $7 million federal grant, and then the remaining, approximately $6 million is being split between the City of Minneapolis and the City of Columbia Heights.
Thank you. We had in the presentation 3 segments of Chicago Avenue, but in the links I could only find one of the 3. 173 and 176 were missing for some reason, unless I misunderstood the presentation. Do you know the status of those, and are they being proposed for funding in the 6-year plan or not?
I can take this one as well. So in last year's CIP, there were 3 segments of Chicago Avenue that were proposed for 3 different reconstruction projects. Over the past years, we are looking at our backlog. Our backlog of reconstruction projects has continued to grow. And so we evaluated projects across the CIP to ensure that lengths of streets that we had in our reconstruction truly were the top priority for a reconstruction project, so that we didn't have this ever-growing backlog of projects. And so 2 of those sections of Chicago Avenue, the 2 southernmost sections, were actually removed from the CIP after closer evaluation. We took some cores of the streets. So our paving lab, actually goes in and kind of bores into the street, pulls out the pavement and the base. And those streets were actually in good enough condition. I think it was 39th Street to 46th, and I want to say 52nd to 60th. Those exact lengths might be off by a block or 2. But those streets were in good enough condition that they didn't immediately need any maintenance or reconstruction, and so they were removed from the CIP. I did just look through our presentation quickly. I don't think those were included in the presentation. I'll have to double check again, but I can confirm that in this year's CIP, Public Works is just proposing the northernmost of those 3 sections, which was from Lake Street to 37th. It's also worth noting that due to the inclusion of the 38th and Chicago project, that the extent of some of the projects around that intersection have changed, both on Chicago Avenue. So last year we proposed Lake to 38th. Now with the 38th and Chicago project, that northernmost Chicago Avenue section is terminating at 37th Street. And then we'd also included projects on 38th Street. And so the extents of those projects on 38th have changed as well.
Thank you. Nobody knows the quality of street surface like a cyclist, because we feel every bump, and I will concur that the 2 southernmost segments were in better shape. On the Nicollet Avenue Bridge project, since water infiltration and salt infiltration are the culprits here, are there any new techniques to handle those that have maybe been developed since the last go around for this that are being contemplated, particularly since this is such a flat bridge end to end? Is there anything to try and get, runoff handled in a way that it doesn't infiltrate in the bridge?
Hi, Steve. Ole Mersinger, the Bridge Program Manager for Public Works. I guess I can answer this in a couple of ways. One thing is we're always open for new technologies, and we're always working with our other partners who've got bridges to look for similar situations and opportunities to use technology and techniques and that sort of thing. As the industry is going a lot with the chlorides and recognizing the chloride impacts in bridges has gotten to, I'll say, a chemistry level, more durable concretes. And then even on this bridge, with some of the preliminary design work we're doing is looking at the cross section and how to kind of get the water to flow and to be managed and that sort of thing as well. So good question.
Okay. On the Parkway Lights, I'm glad to see that you're replacing steel with aluminum. Do you have an expected life for those poles in comparison to the life that the steel poles have lasted? And I noticed that you're installing full cutoff lights on your pedestrian corridor lights. Are you also doing the same on the Parkway Lights?
Steve, thanks for that question. I think the detail on that is going to be best answered in the next segment when our traffic colleagues are on the call. I believe that happens after the break.
Great. Would that also be true for the tall street lights, the city street light renovation?
Yeah, I'm looking at these questions, and everything under the traffic section is going to be best answered by our colleagues who are joining us at 10:30.
Great, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Katie, and then Eric.
Yeah, so mine is actually a follow-up question to one of my previous questions, and I probably should have just done it at the time. So I believe, Jenny, you had answered that for all street designs, we're now following the Transportation Action Plan. And I just wanted to comment that one of the designs proposed for Hennepin doesn't follow the Transportation Action Plan, and wondering if you could sort of respond to that.
Thanks, Katie. And you know, we do have an engagement process that's active on the Hennepin Avenue project right now. We understand that there are some feelings that some of those options don't align with the Transportation Action Plan. I think that's something that we see that that it does align. It doesn't align well with some aspects of the plan. And it's a very challenging corridor. It's an extremely constrained right of way, and we have multiple overlapping priority networks along that corridor. And we're doing our best along there to produce concepts for community input at this point that help to balance those competing needs in a very constrained corridor. So that's, again, a very active community engagement process right now. We don't have a decision on that yet. And so that is coming within the next several months.
Eric?
Okay, I'm going back to a bit about what Steve said regarding PV 122. PV 122, as far as I could see, was the largest departure from what the CLIC proposed last year. And I don't know if it's because there was a need for funding in other programs. However, I also note that it is a key piece in the Upper Harbor Terminal development, and that there are a number of partnerships involved in creating this connection between the North Side communities and the Upper Harbor Terminal. Does this in any way delay the Upper Harbor Terminal project? Is it going to have a significant impact on progress in that area? That's my question.
Thanks, Eric. I'm just confirming. Let's see. This is Lyndale to First. So you're asking about Lyndale to First. So this is a partner or not a partner, a complementary project to Upper Harbor. This does not delay any of the Upper Harbor work. The shorter piece, the shorter piece of Dowling Avenue, and I apologize, I have too many PV numbers in my head. Right. But there's one project that's specifically coordinated and is wrapped into all of the funding and is a piece of the puzzle of how we make Upper Harbor work. The part of Dowling that's proposed to the west is a complementary project to that process, because as we look at our 20-year streets funding program and how we rate projects, we add in we believe that would be a great complementary project as Upper Harbor moves forward. So there's two pieces of Dowling Avenue as within the CIP if folks are looking at their capital budget requests. But the one that's directly connected to Upper Harbor is very much tied into that process and would not have in any way slow down the work for that project.
Okay, yeah, I just want to emphasize that Dowling Avenue piece is an extremely important equity issue. That's how the African American communities and minority communities can benefit from the Upper Harbor Terminal. Without that transverse, it pretty much cuts us off again from the resource. So I would place a very high priority on that in terms of equity.
Absolutely.
It cannot be cut again.
Yeah, absolutely. We understand the importance of that connection and bringing people to the resource that is, looking to bring more people to that area.
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanted to highlight the equity importance of having that completed. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. I put myself in queue again just to go over a couple of items from our April 21st public input session. And I don't have the notes in front of me. The city department has the meeting recording if public works staff has the time or opportunity to watch that short meeting, maybe less than an hour, about an hour and 10 minutes. So we had a Lowry Hill East resident who spoke relative to TR 22, and this may be the next group, but to show fairness, he did speak in favor of signage and signals and near side signals and referenced the manual of uniform traffic signal design for both signalization and no turn on red. And we also had comments made related to BP 003 resurfacing Cedar Lake Trail. Others can certainly speak to these as well. Also someone relating Fremont Avenue 35th and 36th, an alleyway where the property owner cannot access garage due to 18-inch ice curves that apparently occur. And then there were some other references to water. But this is in addition to the either charter or ordinance required joint public hearing with the Planning Commission. The CLIC has 2 public input sessions. So I don't know if there's enough detail in that or if it would be something that maybe the public works staff would, at least one person, take an opportunity to listen to those comments.
Thanks, Jeff.
So, oh yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to note that Finance did share this video with Public Works, okay. And that I was able to listen and pulled out a lot of the same things that you mentioned. I think the comments, particularly on signals and no turn on red, again, those are probably things that are best for our traffic colleagues to answer, particularly on signal design. I know that we do have some locations in the city where we do have no turn on reds, just depending on the local context. And then just the only other thing to note is that with the Cedar Lake Trail, I know there was a comment there about maintenance. With some of our trails, off the top of my head, I'm not sure with that one if it's city owned or if it's owned by others. So we are looking into that one as well.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have other questions from CLIC members? We have Katie.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to confirm. So if we have questions about the near side signal component, that you suggest that we talk to your colleagues who do the signaling about that?
Yes, we've spoken with, I believe, the person who's asked that question before, and our traffic staff will be able to answer that in more detail and with the best information.
Katrina.
I just wanted to make a comment about all of those that have talked about the equity issue. This is my first time on participating, and I live in North Minneapolis, and I use all of the systems. And I guess unless you live here, you don't really, because of the proximity that all of us in North Minneapolis use all of these facilities. The bottom line is when it comes down to your budgeting and the things, it really doesn't feel like it's equitable. And that's been mentioned. And it's just really kind of frustrating when because all of the data and the systems that have been created to make it look like you're making good decisions, all of those policies and data have been collected under a certain amount of bias. I mean, just like face recognition software. I just think that some of these systems actually have built-in bias towards South Minneapolis, where I've also lived. So it's it feels like it's a much deeper issue when people that are talking about equity, it's like, well, we can't do this because we have a grant. Well, yeah, of course you have a grant, but then again, the equity issue kind of gets put aside. So that's just my comment.
Thanks for that comment, Katrina. I'll say that, we all have our biases. We do our best to try and identify those within our work. I guess the question, well, I have two things for that. One, before the CIP, so the 20-year streets funding plan began its extra funding in 2017. So before the CIP, there were a large slate of projects that happened in North Minneapolis, or those were some of the projects that were prioritized first. So some of that, includes our Queen Avenue Bikeway, which is still forthcoming. That was an early project. Penn Avenue arterial bus rapid transit, Bikeway and pedestrian upgrades, safety upgrades on Emerson and Fremont. That's not to say that any of those are the answer to an equitable system, but I guess it'd be helpful for us, for staff, if you could kind of elaborate a little bit more specifically on which piece of these investments that you find inequitable within the system.
Okay, I guess it was a bigger question because I do have, I will be submitting some more comments to my committee, but it's just kind of maybe looking and taking a deeper dive at how the data is collected, and the decisions still seem to be not equitable. They, I can start pulling out a lot of issues, but it's a deeper, to me, it feels like it's a deeper issue than just, well, this is the data and this is what the data says, but data collection, it also has its bias. And it's just a bigger statement. I don't know, Jeff, what do you think?
I appreciate your comment and look forward to your written proposed comments as a fellow Ward 4 appointee.
Jeff, this is Jenny Hager. If I might, I could add maybe a little bit to this, Katrina, which might help you formulate your formal written comments. But when the 20-year streets funding plan was created, the data sources that were available to us in the region included things like our own data about where we had certain modes well accommodated and not. So that's part of what we're looking at. Where do we want bikeways but don't have them? Where do we have good up-to-date ped ramps but don't, we need to, or where we don't have them and where we need to do that work. So that's part of the data. But we also used regional data that helped us understand, regional and national data that helped us understand where minority households were within the city, where low-income households were in the city, where folks had limited or no access to vehicles, and so therefore transit was very important to them. And this data came to us, nationally or regionally. And since then, our regional partner in the Metropolitan Council has decided to take a different look at how they're providing some of that data. And I think this gets a little bit to what you're talking about in terms of how data itself is collected. So we used to use a metric called areas of concentrated poverty. and areas of concentrated poverty where more than 50% are people of color. And that as a metric and as a data source is going away. I don't have at the tip of my tongue the new terminology that the council's using, but they're starting to look a little bit more deeply at this data to identify, where are areas of concentrated wealth versus areas of concentrated poverty, and trying to make sure that that data is available to us as well, so that we're not just honing in on just one aspect of that data. We're going to be following the Metropolitan Council's lead on this. Our partners in community planning and economic development are doing the same, and we'll be updating our data sources and how we talk about these things in our policy documents as a result.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll point out that one of our former members, Raya Esmaili, who serves on the Planning Commission now, we'll be able to talk with her about that change during our session. So we have about 10 minutes remaining, and we have 3 members in queue. So Matt, Risa, and Eric.
Great, thank you. Good morning. So I apologize. I'm a newcomer to this. This may be easily answered by just folks who have been in the CLIC process previous to this, but in watching the presentations and see that, and particularly with the reconstruction projects scheduled out, 2025 through 2027, there was an acknowledgement that they were sort of intentionally over-programmed to kind of provide some options to consider to get in the queue. I understand that we will be looking at, it's kind of our responsibility to look at weighing all the different plans and priorities and kind of equity and all these other things that we're considering. But I wanted to know from the staff's perspective, or is there something in the information that's been provided, either in the CVRs or something that I should be looking at as a member, kind of see how and where the staff have made any recommendations about how to weigh those priorities. If it's entirely on us, then that's what we'll do. But I just wanted to understand there's something in the CBRs or another aspect of the data that's been provided for me to look at to understand how staff are presenting those projects for those later years.
Thanks, Matt. So there is a department ranking on each CBR that could help you with that. So that's one place to look. I'll say that, we look at all of these projects, our need across the city is always going to outweigh the funding that we have available for us. And so a lot of these in the back year are, in our minds, are all very good projects that support our plans and policies, come out of our recommendations of the 20-year streets funding plan. And so we are excited to see what CLIC's rankings here are as they come forward to help us prioritize these projects as they move closer to a start date and like an open public engagement phase as they move closer up into the CIP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We have Risa and then Eric.
Hi there. I'm wondering if we could get a little bit of information for PV 177, the Chicago and 38th Street intersection reconstruction. I guess I would just like a little bit of information about how staff is gathering community feedback for that project, considering I think it's a fairly sensitive area. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Risa. So right now we do have staff that are working closely with our other staff in neighborhood and community relations, in community planning and economic development, and with our elected officials to work with the community. So that includes the community that is adjacent to that intersection, property owners, business owners, but it also includes the community, the larger community that is using that intersection right now. And right now we are not engaging with the community on what the plans will be long-term for that intersection. We need to do that. We're developing a community engagement plan for that. But we're not there with that community yet. The intersection is still closed. I think you've seen in media reports that the city has a desire to get that intersection reopened in some way. The timing has to be right. And we need to work closely with the community to do that. So we do know that we need a project programmed at Chicago and 38th to do some permanent changes at that intersection. We do know that there's an active transit project that is planned to go through that intersection, and we're working very, very closely with our partners at Metro Transit on that. And we do know that there needs to be a robust community engagement on what those plans will be, and we're developing plans. We hope to be able to start that process with the community later this year, potentially later this summer even. But we are sensitive to the community's needs at this time and don't want to push that until it's the right time to do so.
And just as a quick follow-up, timeline-wise, so this project is slated for 2023, I think, and I wonder, would you delay the project if you weren't able to perform the community engagement that you described?
We would be and their needs and the timing. We do feel that the community is looking to have something done there. We do have the timing of the D-line transit project to be aware of through that intersection. So we're trying to thread the needle very finely here to ensure that we can not hold that transit project up, but also not push the community faster than they are ready and willing to go. So we are hopeful that we can meet that 2023 timeframe because that's the best timing to coordinate with that transit project. But we do have some contingency plans that we're thinking of if there are challenges with that timeline.
And Rita, just to note too that this intersection project here went through our 20-year street funding planning process and is an excerpt of the overlapping 38th Street projects and Chicago projects. So it's primarily driven by the metrics and the justification of our 20-year street funding plan combined with asset condition. The project exists now in the CIP as it does, particularly because of the differing context it has, as you would expect, to the surrounding reconstruction projects on 38th and Chicago to the north.
Thank you. I think we can probably take two more. And so, Eric, I don't know if we can go with George first and then Eric. And I think that'll wrap up our morning session.
Great, thank you. And it's, I actually have just a quick follow-up. I think it was Matt Kazinka who asked about staff prioritization and whether that exists. And I thought you said that it does, but I don't see that anywhere in the documentation. Maybe I'm missing it, but if not, will that be made available to the CLIC members as we evaluate the projects?
So, yeah, there we go. Someone's highlighting right there. So there's a
okay, there we go. Okay, I see. Perfect. Okay, so that's listed for each of the projects then.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Oh, good. Thanks.
And Eric Watt.
Okay, yeah, my question, maybe it's more of a statement. It connects to what Katrina had said earlier regarding a different view of equity. One of the problems I've been seeing is that when equity is applied with transportation, you identify where the minority or the racial ethnic groups are located, as opposed to their activity patterns, where do they need to get to. And that's also true with ADA. I mean, if we think about the need for those ramps, we need to know where the people who need the ramps are located and where they want to get to. I think it would be very helpful to think in those terms. We in Northside Minneapolis, there are very few jobs up here, so people need to get to work. There's also very few places to buy food. There's very little commercial activity up here. So if the circle of impact for those who are affected by inequity were considered, I think the priorities would probably change a bit, and also the designs of where should public transit go to. Bike lanes don't really help those of us who are elderly or have knee replacements. So I think that's the sort of equity thinking you probably do, but we don't see. And
Thanks for that comment and question, Eric. So part of that actually is in the 20-year streets funding plan. So there's different types of data sets. So not only is it's the people who live along the streets, but we look at kind of a proxy of like the people who are using the streets. So that's our existing transit counts, that's our existing bicycle and walking counts, and our existing vehicle counts. The other part of that that we have a proxy for is the people living along the streets and the people that use that. So we do look at access to job centers, connections to our local amenities within the neighborhoods. So all of that data gets put into it on the front end, and then it's also part of our what we call our qualitative review. So we look at opportunities to try and make those types of connections. But I'll say too that it's in within our TAP planning documents that we will be, so that's a transportation action plan that Jenny mentioned earlier, that will be reviewing the way our planning documents are looking to the future and incorporating that into an update of the 20-year streets funding plan.
Great, thank you. I would just suggest, if you haven't, look at the NPRB's equity planning process. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Great. It's very helpful for us. So thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you to the Public Works staff. We're at our morning break time, 10:20 a.m. And I want to thank staff who may be leaving the virtual meeting, and otherwise members, unless Robert, Neil, Amelia, Justin have anything, we should be taking our short 10-minute break and resume at 10:30.
Jeff, this is Jenny Hager. If I might just also take a second just to thank all of you Click members for your time this morning and for your time in this process. We understand what a huge commitment it is for all of you, and we greatly appreciate everything that you all do. So thanks for having us this morning.
Well, thank you to the Public Works, and we will resume at, how about we give ourselves 10 minutes, 10:31. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My time is showing 10:31 a.m. We should be resuming shortly.
Okay if I do a mic check with you all?
Sounds good.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, could you give me a check as well, please?
Hearing is great.
Thank you.
This is Rich.
Can hear you, Rich. So as we resume, Robert, Justin, Neil, Amelia, should we just take a quick moment and reference the Click members who have joined us since the initial roll call, tracking upwards of 20, I think 26 members now?
Jeff, yeah, this is Robert. It sounds like a good idea if you have notes, or if you give us a second to, I think, get our notes pulled together.
Yes, thank you. So any Click members who have joined subsequent to the initial roll call, a little after 8:05 a.m., would you like to just make mention of your attendance by speaking?
Yeah, James Brown is here. I was having some issues with my computer, but got it going.
Or anyone who didn't have audio at the time of the roll call? I just don't recall Dan. I see Dan is here, and Kai.
Dan Miller's here. Yep.
Dan McConnell.
Kai's here. No one called my name, but I am here.
Okay, fantastic. So whenever Robert is ready, we'll resume the second segment. So we're talking about traffic, parking, storm and sanitary sewer, water infrastructure, and fleet. Do we want to have like a 5-minute high-level overview, 5 to 10-minute high-level overview? And then we'll
Jeff,
take the questions. Thanks, Robert.
Yeah, Jeff, I can just do a really brief welcome to the staff who are on the call. I know we have a few from traffic and parking. I think we should probably do this section a little bit differently than we did the earlier one, where transportation planning and programming, really covered the first three, full 4 sections. We should probably split this one out just a little bit more. So at this time, I'd like to welcome those staff from traffic and parking who joined us on the call. What we're trying to do, just to keep the call organized, is to open it to staff from traffic and parking to make any welcoming or orienting comments that you feel are appropriate at this time. Please take a moment to introduce yourselves to CLIC. We have some new CLIC members with us this year. We may have some new staff as well. And then we have a few written questions that we can go over to start things off, and then kind of open it up for Q&A from CLIC members at the same time. So do we have somebody from traffic and parking that I could kick it over to start introductions?
Yeah, I don't mind starting. My name's Mark Reed. I'm the project manager in traffic and parking, working specifically on off-street parking on the parking ramps. And I just realized my camera's not on, so let me do that. Hopefully you can see me. Just to recap, the projects that were submitted by myself were centered around the ramp updates and major maintenance items, as I say, for the parking ramps. These included elevator modernization, parking revenue control equipment, that's the equipment that you use when you go in and out of the ramps, and the back office software, high-speed garage door replacements, and general LED lighting upgrades, which is basically moving from the older technologies to more efficient LED lighting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Do we have anybody else from the Traffic and Parking Services Division on the call with us?
Yep. Good morning, everyone. This is Ryan Anderson. I'm a traffic engineer. I work with mostly the signal projects, as well as ITS enhancement projects, a variety of roles with operations to the capital program. I know we have Joe Lauren and Alan Klugman on as well. I'll turn it over to them.
Hi, thanks, Ryan. Joe Lauren here from the traffic group, project manager, and I'm working specifically with street lighting, so TR08, TR24, and TR11. So good morning, everybody.
Bill, do you want to go next, and then I'll finish?
Yep, my name is Bill Prince. I'm with Traffic and Parking. I'm a traffic signal engineer. I work primarily in the construction and planning for new signals, and also inspections and documentation of the final products. So good morning, everybody, and great to be here.
And one last person from Traffic and Parking Services. My name is Alan Klugman. I'm a principal professional engineer with the Traffic and Parking Services Division. Get involved with a little bit of everything that we'll be talking about this morning. So that's our entire group. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. So Robert, were you saying that you were going to pick up on some of the written questions?
Yeah, so at this time we have a few written questions that have been submitted in advance. I can kick things off by starting in on those. We kind of touched on, for the CLIC members, we kind of touched on some of these as we concluded the first morning session. And the first one is to do with TR008, Parkway Lights. The question in the comment reads, we're glad to see aluminum subbing out steel poles. What is the expected life of the replacement poles? Are full cutoff lights being installed as they are for pedestrian corridor lights? TR024.
Hi, Joe Lauren here again with traffic. Appreciate the question. Yes, that's correct. The Parkway light poles that are being installed are aluminum, replacing mostly what I believe is steel. There may be some exceptions. As far as life expectancy, there's always some variables. Of course, aluminum is more resistant to corrosion and deterioration, but there's always some variables of streets that are maybe have higher traffic or more salt or things like that may affect the life expectancy to some degree. But I would say to maybe point to another example within the city, I do believe some of the streetlights over in the Como neighborhood are aluminum as well, and I think that's maybe our oldest aluminum pole in the city. I believe those were installed in the 60s, and the poles themselves are still in decent shape. And so I would say it could be reasonably assumed that you could get 50-year lifespan out of that type of pole. That's of course our hope, which would be more than the steel poles, which I think are maybe more along the 30 some year lifespan. Just it's kind of an approximate number. So definitely increasing the lifespan based on an improved specification. And then the second,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, and the second part of the question, I can grab that one as well. The full cutoff component of it. Oh, that's part of TR24. So okay, yeah. So the Parkway lights do have those. It's kind of a skirt shield, so the lighting is deflected downward, and then as well as for the pedestrian streetlight corridors, those two fixtures that we use are either the fixture on the 30-foot tall pole, that's the taller pole, and the 15-foot pole, which is the shorter pole, of course, and those either lantern or acorn style fixtures, as we call them, that's kind of the shape of the fixture. Those do have full cutoff, which means that all the light either goes horizontal or downward and not upward. So that is part of our specifications. And then the last question there looks like TR11 streetlight renovation. New poles being aluminum. As for Parkway, that is so for new poles that we install, there are two types of poles. One is the low-level 15-foot pole. That is aluminum. We have an anodized aluminum. That's our standard. So long life expectancy. And then for the tall poles, the 30-foot poles, our specification is actually a galvanized steel. And then, as that question references, that is the reason for that is more of a structural reason, as pointed out there. And so the steel has a higher capacity to attach other things. We occasionally attach, signage or maybe potentially traffic, a traffic signal, ped counter or something like that. And so they're more of a robust pole, but that's another pole that we've been installing for 50, 60 plus years in the city. We've had a good track record with longevity to those poles. The galvanization over the steel definitely gives it an extra layer of protection. And so good specifications for long-lasting equipment or long-lasting infrastructure, which of course is the goal to reduce the maintenance costs.
Then Steve had TR22, and then after Steve, we'll go to Dan and Scott.
For the traffic safety improvements, I just wondered if additional federal aid is anticipated in the out years where it's not shown, assuming, of course, that the feds renew the program for the grants.
Yeah, this is Ryan, and I can answer that. So yeah, the last round of the federal highway safety improvements program, as well as the regional solicitation, only went through 2025. So of course, if there's funding available for 26 and 27, we will go strongly after that funding with applications in the future.
Thank you. Dan, Scott, and Matt and Eric. Dan?
Good morning. This is a question for Mr. Lauren, I believe, and it's regarding some pedestrian lighting that was installed along Industrial Boulevard in Northeast Minneapolis between Broadway and 35W. This was a reconstruction 2 years ago. Actually, it wasn't a reconstruction. It was a trail installment, part of the Grand Rounds missing link, and part of that was getting pedestrian lighting. The trail was put in 2 years ago, and I believe this spring the lighting was actually installed, or the pedestrian lighting, the posts that have been there. However, the lighting was installed in this section, so it hangs over Industrial Boulevard rather than the trail section. And as you may know, that that light, that area has a lot of task lighting for the 4-lane road that's there. And what is kind of left in the dark is the Grand Rounds Missing Link Trail, since the pedestrian lighting, the heads were put to the road rather than the trail that is adjacent to it. Can you explain why that is and why the lighting couldn't be turned around onto the trail?
Yeah, I can take a look at that. I know I'm familiar with the project that you're talking about, but I have not observed it in the night conditions. It is kind of the standard practice to put the lights in the boulevard between a roadway and a trail, so that's kind of the default standard. And because there's the boulevard and the space to do it, putting it behind a trail, I don't remember the exact specifics of that project. If there were the right-of-way constraints, I don't know if there was space behind the trail or underground utility conflicts or challenges there. So that was part of it. But it sounds like you're maybe asking just about the light and whether it's hung over the trail or not, or over the roadway. So the default is that it typically faces the roadway, and some of the backside light will catch the trail. But we can look into it further, and I can check in with Park Board and see if they have any thoughts on that as well. That was a cooperative project, of course, as you know. So.
Yes, my question is basically whether the heads could be turned around, the light could be turned 180 degrees, so it it could better light the trail rather than the roadway. It's no change in where the positioning of the fixtures are. It's just whether you can turn the light fixture itself to light the trail primarily rather than the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, I just wanted to know there are a few folks in queue right now with their hands raised.
Jeff, it looks like you're giving instructions, but you're muted, so we're not hearing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I apologize. Scott is in queue, then Matt, Eric, and Steve.
Yeah, I have a question about PK004 off-street parking facilities. One thing I notice in the CBR is that there is no information about sort of the revenue that comes in. Obviously, this is like the city running a business. It's selling parking spaces in these ramps. I think it would be helpful to know there are apparently 16 downtown parking ramps that this is referring to. Are there some businesses that are losing money or others that are really successful? Are there some that are coming to the end of their life cycle and could be torn down and repurposed into something that would meet city goals a little more? Yeah, that's where I'll start off.
Hello, Scott. Yeah, that's a good question. We can get the finances. I obviously don't have them with me today. But
can you include them in the CBR? Maybe is what
I could do. Yeah, I could put something in future. Yeah, I will do.
And then, so the other point is, we continue to be in a pandemic, and last year for 2021, I believe it was a $5 million budget item, and now it's down into the 1 million range. And I'm assuming that's because of the pandemic and the fact that very few people are going downtown Minneapolis to park in these facilities. Though it looks like in 2023 or 24, we go back to the $5 million amount for maintenance of these facilities. And has Public Works taken like any consideration of maybe some of these will not be quite as used in the future, and are they all necessary?
Yeah, I mean, we've been evaluating the situation with COVID-19, since the very start, and you're quite right. The reason that the maintenance or the project money is less is the fact that the ramps are being used less. I mean, good examples are the revenue control equipment and any equipment that basically is mechanical and wears out. We're finding obviously that's lasting longer now. We've gone through the process of shutting off levels on ramps to try and save maintenance costs. So generally speaking, the money that's being asked for kind of reflects on the usage of the ramps. We are forecasting, and it's very difficult to forecast where COVID is eventually going to go. I mean, if I could do that, I'd probably be working somewhere else. But at the moment, we're seeing a gradual return. Sorry, I've got my cat coming here now. we're seeing a gradual return, and we're reflecting that in the forecasting that we're doing. So we're kind of believing or predicting at the moment that by the end of I would say not this year, but the end of next year, we should be back to where we were. That's our prediction. But we change that every month. I mean, it's not a standing target. It's moving all the time. Sorry, the second part is, as far as the age of the ramps goes, yeah, we're I mean, that's really what we're looking at, at least all the time, and at least once a year we have a report on the age of the ramps and their usage, and we do look at them in terms of net revenue against what they're actually doing. So we do identify if there is a situation where a ramp is losing money and react accordingly. And that is running it like a business. I mean, it's a matter of looking at rates, varying rates, being competitive, and seeing what we can do.
Yeah, so maybe my last point is the city doing more of a comprehensive analysis of, like, not just this 1 year thing, is it in good shape, but does this fit within our goals? I personally believe that owning thousands of parking stalls to encourage people to drive downtown might not fit the goals of climate change and walking and biking and things like that. Does the city do an assessment of these facilities and say, maybe we can phase this one out in 5 years, or maybe, because we're being asked to just continue to fund these into the future, into perpetuity, and we don't know like how much money there is that's coming in.
Right. Well, I mean, the information regarding how much money there is coming in is available. How well the ramps are doing financially. In terms of, is there anything in place to look at phasing them out? I'm not aware of anything. And as I say, I can answer that question in writing to you next week or whatever, but at the moment I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Scott. Matt, Eric, and Steve.
Great. Hi, thank you. Good morning. A question around TR 024, the pedestrian street lighting corridors project. So I see that it is guided by a street lighting policy set in 2015, sort of based on the pedestrian master plan from 2009. I'm wondering if that policy, how dynamic is it in terms of getting updated? And in particular, I'm thinking of two things that may reflect possible impacts on as it goes. One is, obviously the new pedestrian priority corridors in the transportation action plan. I'm wondering if that new policy is impacting where we're putting street lighting or upgrading street lighting. And then two, I'm wondering if the department ever considers, looks at the data around break-ins or theft or other sort of data points around crime that occurs in some of these corridors, and whether that would way prioritization of where improved lighting is implemented. I asked that in part because I know the businesses I work with on Lake Street are eager often to see improved lighting as one measure of sort of improving the feeling of safety for visitors and employees and for themselves. So yeah, those are my answers.
Thanks, Matt. Hi, Joe Lauren again with the lighting group. Yeah, I appreciate that question. You're correct. Yeah, the 2009 Access Minneapolis and the roadway type characteristics did come into play in forming the most recent version of the streetlight policy, which the most recent version is 2015, and the associated map with that, which includes that corridor network. But yeah, that's the pedestrian priority network and the transportation action plan. Those are both documents that we are currently reviewing, and we will look at that information more closely and see how or if adjustments need to be made to our current policy. So that's generally kind of the order of events. The guiding planning documents come out, and then we review them and see what changes may potentially be made to the current policy. So it's definitely possible that we will make adjustments based on that. A lot of information in that map, that network, and so it takes some time to review it, very thoroughly and really understand, what changes we would recommend, and of course any change that we would propose to the streetlight policy would be going through a council approval, council action. That's the standard process there. Then to your second question about crime and break-in and theft and that type of thing. Really, street lighting as we approach it is kind of three levels, 3 layers of lighting. Downtown has the brightest lighting. Pedestrian streetlight corridors, which are also defined generally as busy arterial roadways. That's kind of the second layer of lighting, and then the third layer is residential. And so three light types based on activity of those roadways. And so Lake Street is maybe an example of it as a pedestrian streetlight corridor. So busy arterial, so it's kind of the middle tier of lighting. We have done a couple test blocks of fixtures on that corridor, changing them to LED, and there's been positive feedback and positive response from business owners and other users of that roadway. Of course, the new Reconstruction segment with 35W from Blaisdell to 5th, I believe, if I have the boundaries of that project correctly. Those are going to be LED as well. And then we're looking at, as the city converts lighting to LED citywide, Lake Street will, of course, be part of that plan in place. So as we convert to LED, we have gotten positive feedback. So I do see, I guess, a long-term improvement on that street specifically, just for what I'll call maybe more uniform lighting. The lighting is more evenly distributed, across the roadway, and some of it, of course, bleeds into the sidewalk space and that type of thing. But as far as lighting that carries it over onto private property or things like that, we do as best we can direct the light towards the public right of way and the public space. So we wouldn't be able to do much for the private property and things like that. So but yeah, let me know if I missed anything there.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
So we have Eric, Steve, Eric, and then Steve.
Okay, thank you. I don't know who this question is for. I have a general question, and then I have a specific question. The general question is the effectiveness of our street signs. One of the things that's happened recently is we've gotten all these 20 mile per hour signs in our streets, in our residential streets, and anecdotally, we're seeing everybody speeding, and actually speeding more than they did when it was 25. And the number of illegal acts, like passing on the right, has significantly increased. So I'm not too concerned about the 20 miles per hour because everyone's ignoring it anyway. My question is, are you doing impact studies on whether or not these changes in signage and what the sign is saying, does it really improve safety? Does it improve traffic conditions? So I don't know which office does those impact studies to see if what they've done has been efficacious.
Hey, Eric, good morning. Alan Klugman again. I'll take a shot at this. There's a few things in your question there. I see the most direct comment I want to make is that, yes, we will be doing kind of a before and after, or impact studies referred to it, with the new speed limit. That legislation allowed us to do that as of late 2019. We implemented that during the course of 2020. But I just want to say it's a rather broad program to do an evaluation. And I know we don't have a lot of time here, but I'll just let you know, prior to the speed limit changes, so like about 2018, 19 thereabouts, we did a very, very, very extensive study of speeds throughout the city, every ward, hundreds and hundreds of measurements. We plan on doing those post the speed limit change. Obviously, this last year has been kind of a unique and challenging year, so we need to kind of let things settle down. And I just want to comment that the signing is really only part of that overall program of, everything from changing the speed limits, signing a cultural awareness, education. So much more to come on that. But I think most directly to your question, I want to let you know we are evaluating the impact and results of changing the speed limits.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's the first question I have. The second is more specific. There is an intersection which you may be aware of, 44th Penn, and where Osseo comes together. And we normally have the car driving to the building once a week. And it's a very treacherous intersection. I know the solutions that people have been talking about and you've executed on is to put up more signs. And I'm not sure that's going to be solved by ordinance or laws of man. It's going to be the laws of physics that wins this one. What is your office's role in solving that intersections problem?
Oh, Eric, I'm Bill Prince with Traffic, and I'll touch base on this one. Currently, the 44th and Weber section is being reconstructed by the county, so there's going to be narrower roadway overall, and they're planning, transit-related improvements as well. And then in 22 or 23, Osseo Road will be reconstructed by the county, and they're going to have a lot narrower roadways with, medians to separate the two traffic directions for the most part. And they'll also be, adding increased bicycle and pedestrian improvements, wider sidewalks, bike trail. So there's going to be a lot of geometric changes to that area in the next few years with the county-led reconstruction projects. Osseo and Weber Parkway are both, and Penn for that matter, are all county roads. So they are being pretty proactive in rebuilding the roadways over the next few years. So there hopefully will be some improvements that you'll notice there. And
so the choke points that we've seen created have resulted in people passing buses. They pass to the left on buses and they come head on to the car coming in the other direction. That's not the sort of thing you would be looking at. That's the county's job.
Well, we're looking at that on our city. We've on projects where we're doing narrowing, and having in-lane bus stops are going to be something that's more and more of a reality in the city with the new street types and designs. What our new standard is to have a hardened center line adjacent to the in-lane bus stops that will be kind of a raised curb that will hopefully provide a barrier for the traffic to prevent them from going into the opposing lane. And I think the county is looking at adding one at Penn and Plymouth. I think that was where we first noticed this phenomena taking place. And so they're going to be addressing that later this year as part of a rebuild of Penn Avenue next to the North Point Health building project. So.
Okay, thanks. I'm just seeing all that traffic being driven into the residential area now to avoid the bus lanes.
Yeah, and Eric, real quick, Alan Klugman again. I just want to add one thing to what Bill said. Although that's a county facility up there, and they're the lead agency, and I think this, but I'll just repeat it. We partner with them on those projects, and clearly look out for the city's interest, the neighborhood concerns, like you just referenced. So the county obviously is the lead agency, but we're very much at the table on those projects.
Super. Great.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Eric.
Yep.
So we have Steve, then I put myself in queue, then Scott and Katie. So Steve.
I don't have a question so much as a comment. I want to reinforce in connection with TR008 the comment that Dan made earlier about the placement of parkway lighting. When I drive on the parkways, I have lights because state law requires my car to have lights. When I bike on the parkway or on the adjacent path, I have lights because state law requires me to have lights after dark. When I'm a pedestrian on the parkway paths, I don't have lights. They're not required by law. So it strikes me that in placing lights and in even rotating them on the pole, the highest priority should be given along parkways to pedestrian paths as opposed to bike paths or the parkway driving surface. It's maybe been a pet peeve of mine, and I'll leave it at that. But I really believe Dan is on the right course with his questions.
Thanks, Steve. Staff response or?
Yeah, Joe Lauren again here with traffic lighting. Yeah, I understand definitely what you're saying. The pole is kind of a dual use, lighting the road and the path, and so definitely I see that both perspectives on lighting them evenly or one more than the other. The other maybe item just to keep in mind is where these paths intersect the roadways and you're crossing the street. Also it being more of a roadway oriented pole kind of better covers those intersection crossings, which of course would be a safety thing for when you're up on an off-street path up above the curb. We want to make sure we capture those crossings, and so that's maybe another reason to why these are more roadway facing lights in general. Of course, there are some paths that are further back off the roadway, and if that is the case and they have lighting, then that's a parkboard trail light, and they own and maintain those. So the Parkway Lighting Project TR8, which I should say, that is the roadway side of the lighting, and it does not include, I guess, the more off-street trails. But definitely appreciate the additional input.
Okay, I'll go in next in queue, and then so I'm following up on a CLIC report from 2020 under TR21 traffic signals. CLIC mentioned that the timing of lights in conjunction with light rail, and I'll speak that having gone to work weekdays the last year during the pandemic, that I have anecdotally still observed that there is a lag in timing for the train to clear the intersection, and I would be perfectly comfortable. My concern is safety more than convenience, that the train is entering the intersection as the light turns green. And I know that there are some folks, myself guilty at times, who are looking at their phone as a pedestrian and not concentrating on surroundings or have earbuds, as well as drivers who may be inattentive or other, multimodal drivers. So that, I would say, anecdotally has not been adjusted. So that's just to follow up on a previous CLIC comment. And then in terms of the parking ramps that have been mentioned by others, there appear to be some perhaps private ramps where there's, stoplights. And so everybody, I don't care if you're bus, bike, automobile, you are stopped to wait for a signal for a private ramp that is essentially not being used or underutilized. So I value time for taxpayers and ratepayers and customers, and I think that time has value. And so I just have the follow-up question and then the signalization for priority for exiting private parking ramps.
Yeah, this is Alan Klugman. I'll start with this, and I'll ask my colleagues to join in, obviously, if they want to add anything. So kind of two questions there. The first one relative to the timing of the LRT vehicles kind of passing through the grid and, being there as the light kind of turns red. And I do recall this question last year, and I remember we followed up with our operations team, and we also used some trained expert consultants who work with us on a yearly basis relative to the operation, who are not on staff. We use as contractors. And I guess what I'll do is commit to look at this again. This is one of the challenges we have. I think we talked about this last time, that with the timing of the LRTs and progressing them from station to station, which is kind of our first priority with the downtown timing, it's a really, I'll say, tight timing system and grid to try to get everything through. And if the train driver goes a bit slower, there's a little bit slow on the uptake when they leave the station, they sometimes kind of get out of that, what we call that coordination band, or that movement that gets them through from station to station without violating signals. And we, again, we'll just continue to look at this, work with Metro Transit and educating their drivers. The signals are timed so that they can progress from station to station without doing what you're seeing. Again, it's either if the train driver is a little bit slow, or sometimes maybe they see a pedestrian who's nearby and they kind of slow down a bit, or a pedestrian crosses mid-block or something. And so sometimes that's what causes it. And the drivers will kind of tend to keep progressing. So we'll check into that, maybe send you a written report of what our observations and follow-on are. On the second one, I just want to make sure I understood it. And I think what you're referring to are some of the private parking ramps that come out onto the downtown grid at signalized intersections and kind of become like a leg of an intersection, so to speak. And pretty much our entire downtown grid operates in what we call a fixed time or pre-timed system, where the signal kind of goes north-south, east-west, north-south, east-west. It's set up to allow enough time for pedestrian to cross for any and all signal cycles when a pedestrian's there. And we do have times where the light will turn, and even if there's not a pedestrian in her car, it has to serve its time, or there's enough time to serve, say, a few cars, and if only one comes up, that's always served. So it's just part of that, I think, is the nature of a downtown grid. And again, we're providing time for the pedestrians to cross. And when there's no pedestrian there for a certain cycle, and maybe that's what you're seeing, if not, please tell me if I'm saying this wrong. But when there's not a pedestrian there, we kind of have that empty signal syndrome, if you will, where it looks like we've turned the light green for one direction, we stop the opposite one, and kind of no one's benefiting.
All right, thanks.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Okay, so we have in queue, Scott, Katie, John, Robert, Steve.
Okay, yeah, I also have a question about TR021 traffic signals. I think this is where the audible pedestrian signals, the APS signals, maybe would be included. I'm wondering if, I'm assuming this is Alan maybe that would talk about this. I mentioned earlier the Americans with Disabilities Act transition plan. It states in the CBR that there are 800 intersections with traffic signals in the city. And I'm curious to know how many of those have the required APS signals, and what the plan is to replace all of those.
Yep. So, hey, Scott, good morning, Alan again. Maybe I'll start and I'll ask Ryan Anderson to team up with me if he has more info. So the last time that we did a tally that I'm aware of, I'll say was about a year ago or close to a year ago, and we were closing in on 40% of our 800 signals have full APS. So the ADA ramps and the APS, so 40 times 8, so about 320. I think we're up to about 350 now. In terms of the transition plan, we kind of have a two-part approach to that, Scott. One part is, just the ongoing capital program for roadway projects, both our own and partner agencies like Mendota County. A lot of signals get rebuilt through that mechanism. Another way where we address signals is with, like, say, a pavement rehab, which isn't a full construction program, but it's rehab the pavement, do the ramp corners, the ADA ramps and the APS, that's another one. And then we do some standalone APS upgrades. Those are kind of difficult, I'll just say, in that it tends to be kind of in for nickel, in for dollar. When we try to do little upgrades for APS, sometimes we have to do so much construction around the signals because of the age and the condition that we can't just go in and add the APS. We actually have to replace the whole signal, so it becomes a signal replacement. But so we kind of have about 3 different mechanisms that we look to through, and you're right, it's through Tier 21, which is the signal upgrade. where we are doing the APS, and kind of like similar to our corner ramp ADA upgrade program, we're realistically on a 20 or 20 plus year time frame, just because of budget availability, but we do have a plan to to continue working on those. And I'll just say anecdotally, in terms of referencing peer cities, I guess I don't have hard statistics for you other than to know I don't know of many cities that are very far ahead of us in terms of percent of signals that they've converted, and I know many signals that are far behind us in terms of percent.
So can I, another related thing, what are commonly known as big buttons, the push buttons where you have to ask for permission to cross the street.
Yep.
We've been told when I was on the pedestrian advisory committee that they were so necessary. And then last year during the pandemic, I think they all got shut off. I'm curious to know if that had any impact whatsoever, and whether Public Works is planning to turn them back on, or if they haven't already.
Yeah, so sure. So kind of maybe a two-part answer to that, Scott. And let me start with the impact. And I think if your question was impact on an ADA transition plan, the answer is no. We're committed to the buttons for the ADA functionality, regardless of how we operate the signal. And kind of what Scott's referring to is many of our signals, like I referenced, the downtown ones are what we call pre-timed, where automatically the signal goes, from north-south to east-west, north-south to east-west. The pedestrian indication comes up with every cycle. There's no need to push a button. In the old days, for those signals like downtown, we didn't even have buttons. Now, of course, we have buttons for the ADA aspect. So we're going to continue to put out, ADA buttons, compliant buttons, and any and all signals, regardless of how we operate them. Then kind of part one of Scott's question was more the operational philosophy. We could spend a whole bunch of time on there, but I'll be brief. If we make it so a car has to hit a detector loop or a pedestrian has to hit a button to call up the signal phase, bottom line, from a pure signal functionality and traffic efficiency point of view, that's probably the most efficient way in terms of how we allocate time. We don't turn on a movement unless a person or vehicle is there. From a philosophical point of view, we're moving more towards a philosophy that says at many or most intersections in the city, the pedestrian signal will come up every cycle. We sort of jump-started that process last spring when the pandemic hit, and we wanted to make it so that at most signals, people didn't have to push a button. The walk would just come up automatically. And just real quickly, I'll say we did it at most, not all signals. We have some very complex signals with competing movements, LRT vehicles like we talked about. And there's just not enough time there to necessarily call up the pedestrian if no one's there, because we can't fit it all in the cycle, or we take away from a transit movement or something. So it's not all signals, but it's most of them that we turn to the automatic pedestrian recall, as we call it. And my sense is we've not made a formal decision, Scott. My sense is we will keep most of those with this automatic PED treatment, because that fits with the Transportation Action Plan and our guiding philosophies. We'll probably scale back a few of them, kind of like I referred to, are the very complex operations, and it's just a difficult way to allocate the time. If, like for example, Hiawatha Avenue, Highway 55, Olson Highway, those kinds of roads, very long time for a pedestrian to cross the street. If there's not a pedestrian there and you bring up the PED signal every time, there's a certain inefficiency there that leads to an unsafe condition and things like that, stopping other cars. I don't want to get too much into the operations, other than to say, we will look to post-COVID, whenever that is, to revisit this, but I think most will stay the way they're operating today.
So my last comment is that I would love for you to update the CBR. I've noticed this, it's my second year on the click, that the CBRs are often just the same thing with new numbers. And I would love for you to take a look at that for next year and add some of this information that you've talked about here, that maybe you keep track of the APS, and every year maybe we can follow it.
Sure. Yep.
In the CBR.
Happy to do it. And again, I'll just say it from a personal, professional level too. I'm really proud of the work our group's done the last 5-10 years, and how we've gone from virtually no APS signals to 40% or more out there today. So we're happy to share that info, and I think we're pretty proud of our progress.
Yeah, and I'm pleased though 25 years is a long time. The ADA is 31 years old. So.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks,
and Alan. Reminder, people, comments in the chat the public cannot see. Questions can be emailed to click@minneapolismn.gov or just use the raise hand. Amelia put a link to a parking fund revenues comparison. We have in queue, and we may have to be winding up this part of it. Katie, John, and Robert, and then Sonia has a question she put in the chat. So maybe those four: Katie, John, Robert, and Sonia. Hello, Katie.
Hi, sorry. Yes, I am here. I had two questions. One is related to education, and the other one is related to the signaling. And this may not be quite the right group to talk to, but I think it is. And apologies if this question's already been asked. I had to step away from the meeting for a little bit. So for the signaling to start, I know the one person brought up at our public meeting the other day around near side signals. And I know I've brought that up before in click comments and never really had a clear understanding as to why we can't pilot something like that. And I know we try to follow MUTCD guidelines, but given that that's not law, their guidelines, what prevents the city from trying things like that, especially given there are really ambitious new transportation action plan. So that's my first question. And then my second question is noting the wonderful transportation action plan and some of the comments I'm already hearing from folks noting that a number of roads are going to reduce and be in lane number or narrow and things like that. Folks are starting to hear about or starting to be worried about traffic moving to the interior of neighborhoods. And I'm wondering how Public Works, and maybe this is a question maybe I should have asked for Jenny, to be more proactive around discussing things like induced demand. I have this feeling that it's going to be really difficult for Public Works to roll out the transportation action plan if there's not like thorough education around these traffic principles that that we know exist and that the public just may not be aware of.
I've been talking a lot. Ryan, do you want to take the near side signal and I'll talk about the neighborhood traffic? You want to start?
I can kick off the near side head. So I've heard this question at Click before, as well as on a recent project, and I think it's Brian, that if we had only near side heads, that some folks are thinking that would be safer. I think there are counter arguments to that methodology, and I've been talking with Ethan, our Vision Zero safety expert, and we are still kicking it around, but I would say we're leaning toward not piloting any near side only installations of those heads. I'd be happy to follow up with you if you have additional questions on that.
Yeah, I'd love to follow up.
Okay. John?
Well, I don't know if quickly on the induced demand, maybe if that's Kate.
Yeah,
I don't want to kick the can down the road. That might be a little bit more. You referenced Jenny Hager and the Transportation Planning Group, maybe a little bit more in their bailiwick. But I'll just tell you, our group, it's more operations people, not the capital people necessarily that you're seeing today. We do get involved with neighborhood traffic management, neighborhood safety, circulation, impacts from other projects. So just quickly, I'll tell you, we are aware of this. We're cognizant of it, that if we reduce some of the throughput or capacity of called the arterials or main roads, there may be spillover into the neighborhoods. We are looking at things like traffic calming measures, those sorts of things. That's probably more tactical. I think your comment on induced demand is probably more policy and strategic and education, and possibly more in the transportation planning and programming area of our department.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll just write a question to the Jenny in her area then on that.
All right, thanks, Katie. John is up next then.
Thanks, Jeff. I just want to confirm, is a question on water in order, or do I need to hold that for a few minutes?
We haven't done water yet, but I think we're getting close. If we maybe take one more question on traffic.
All right, just can you put me
parking
back then for?
Yes, absolutely. Let's get Robert and then Sonia's question.
I can delay until after Sonia's question. I was just going to do a quick time check for the group.
Time check is what, 11:25 a.m. Yes. Sonia, do you want to pose your question?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to see if someone could address left-hand turns and the use of dedicated left-hand turn signals on major arteries where there isn't a dedicated left-hand turn lane. I'm thinking specifically about areas of Lake Street, Hennepin, Lyndale, Washington, and I'm also wondering if there's any talk about abolishing left-hand turns completely from some of these major arteries because of the backup that it causes. So, and that's my question. Thank you.
Ryan, you want this one or me?
Well, I can kick it off at the beginning. I know Lake Street as well as Hennepin and have a lot of PM and AM turn restrictions just for that very nature that the queues for turning would just clog up the roads. I have not heard a lot of chatter about just banning the lefts 24/7. Have you, Alan, with the Hennepin project?
No, we haven't. You know, as Ryan said, we strategically do it by peak hours. There's a few locations, though, for example, Hennepin southbound approaching Franklin, where we do not allow left turns because it's kind of a 24-hour sort of thing. But yeah, as Ryan said, we kind of do it selectively by hours. On some of the road project rebuilds, I'll just generally say, like if we look at a 4-to-3 conversion, that gives us an opportunity for a left turn pocket where we go like, say, from 2 lanes north and 2 lanes south to 1 lane north, 1 lane south, and a middle left turn lane. And then we kind of have that exclusive space for left turn. So that's a little bit of a trend we're seeing on some projects that we've done or that the county's done or looking at. So, you know, again, a difficult thing with our grid, we want to provide for left turn movement and access. You know, if we don't allow them at one place, we sometimes do see them cutting through the neighborhoods. And then just real quickly, I'll say we have done some kind of fancy things with signalization where I think we do it, for example, at Central Avenue and University Northeast, where even where we don't have a left turn pocket, we'll kind of vary some of the signal timing so that one of the approaches gets a what we call a leading left turn arrow along with the green ball to at least clear out some of the left turns if that's the predominant direction. So we kind of we tie our operational strategy into the geometry that's available and try to come up with our best answers. So just that is a bit of a challenge. I kind of acknowledge what you're saying there.
Great, thank you. Robert, go to Robert and then John.
Yeah, Jeff, I was just hoping to jump in. You know, again, we're at around 11:30. This is scheduled to conclude by 12:20. And I know we've got the directors for storm and sanitary sewer, water infrastructure, and fleet with us at this time. I don't know if there's additional questions or comments for the traffic and parking services division, though. I know John's got his hand up.
John has water, I believe.
Okay.
There's no objection. Let's move on because we do have the 3 remaining topic areas. So can we do, we basically have 15 minutes for each area, or if we want to do, can we do storm and sanitary and water infrastructure for the next half hour? And
let me welcome to the meeting. We have Director Johnson, and I believe we have Liz Stout with us as well from Storm and Sanitary Sewer. Yeah, I think at this point we have a few We have a few new CLIC members. We may have some new staff on the call as well. So I'd like to, if Director Johnson is still with us, turn the call over to Director Johnson for, I think, some brief introductions, and to the extent that CLIC members have questions, now would be the time.
Sure, great. Thank you, Robert. This is Stephanie Johnson. I'm the Director of Surface Water and Sewers. I've got 3 staff with me today associated with the programs that we've got before you. We've got 9 programs total within our capital work, 3 associated with our sanitary sewer system and 6 associated with our storm sewer system. So I will, recognizing time, just pause and let the staff who are here with me today introduce themselves as well.
Hi, I'm Kelly Moriarty, and I represent the CSO and I&I programs, flood mitigation, and the stormwater paving program.
Hi, I'm Liz Stout, and I represent the SW004, the implementation of EPA storm sewer regulations.
I'm Kevin Danon. I represent SA001, SW011, and SW040. I'm an engineer with Surface Water and Sewers. I am the engineer in charge of our operations division. We maintain and construct the storm and sanitary sewers.
Thank you and welcome. We'll go to John Bernstein. You have your hand raised, been waiting patiently.
Yeah, so just to be clear, my question is a water question specifically, not a sewer question. We have the water here too. Are the water people on to answer it or not?
I am. This is Annika Bankston, Director.
Okay, so this is a question on Water 12. Actually, this is going to be a series of questions, so go through them in order. This specifically on Water 12, which is the Water Distribution Improvement Project, which is probably more accurately described as a program than a project, right? I mean, this is addressing issues all through the system, all across the city. Which leads to my first question, which is I assume you guys have some kind of an inventory that you use to assess the entire water infrastructure and decide where to put that $9 million each year. And I'm wondering if that's something, or I'm requesting that that inventory be shared with us. Is that something you can do?
So I would offer, if you haven't had a chance to, I tried to explain kind of where we're at in our asset management program in my presentation. If you have some time to go back and watch the first 8 minutes or 9 minutes of that or so. What we're doing with the water distribution system in particular is we are doing hydrant flow analysis. So what that tells us is when hydrant flows in a given location are less than expected from our hydraulic modeling and pipe capacity expectations, that indicates that the pipes are in fact have that mineral deposit in them and are target for cleaning and lining. So part of our challenges in the past has we really relied just on water quality complaints to kind of understand where there's issues in the system. This comprehensive testing, we're doing it literally in a grid manner across the entire system, gives us objective data that shows kind of what those flow deviations are. And then we can look at that data and group projects or figure out linear footage based on proximate areas of challenge to identify where we can do those cleaning and lining projects. So we tested about half the city. We're testing the remaining half of the city this year, the fire hydrants, to come up with exactly what you're looking at, what you're looking for right now. But as it is right now, there's no single document that lists every every foot of distribution pipe in the city. The 1,000 miles of pipe by pipe segment is not listed in any sort of document such as that. It would be more of a map of prioritization areas. And then obviously those areas, because they're working the right of way, need to be coordinated with street improvement projects and other public works priorities to make sure we're not going back into areas that have just been paved and things like that. So we do coordinate with the overall public works program in the right of way in the areas. So
I'll go back and look at that again. I guess I would request that you share with us in writing. It sounds like you've got that half done. If you could share what you've got, including some numbers about what the total estimated cost of all of this is, so that the $9 million per year you're requesting has some context for us. Maybe we'll think you guys should be asking for 18 million, and I realize there's lots of issues around that about capacity.
And I will note that we did ask to bump that up in out years. We're 9 million this year. We have some other major rehab projects that are wrapping up, but we're looking to bump it up to 12 million in a few years on that. So we do recognize we want to do more.
So again, having that in writing so we can see that context would be great. In addition to that, if you could also include in future years with the CBR a map that shows where you're planning to use the funds over the coming 6 years.
Yep.
So we have it.
That's exactly what we're trying to get to with this testing, and then kind of near term, long term. Yep.
You could just let me finish my questions before you answer, that'd be great. So one of the things we need to do as a committee is look at equity. And when a CBR is submitted the way this one is, we have no way to do that. So you can look at some of the paving CBRs if you need they in particular have a couple of programs that are citywide where they show us color coded year by year on a map so we can see on the city where the work's being done. So if you could do that, that would be great. Then my final thing is a little bit more specific. As a result of having inadvertently shared my phone number on one of our public meetings, it turned out to be a good thing. I was actually contacted very respectfully by a city resident probably about a month ago about an issue he's having in his neighborhood, and I encouraged him to go to our public input meeting, which he did this past Wednesday evening. And so I just want to ask about this, and not trying to catch you off guard, so if this is something you want to respond to in writing later, that's totally fine. The issue is around dead-end water mains, and he shared quite a bit of information with me, including a citywide map of dead-end water mains, and there's quite a few of them around the city. And he explained some of the issues they're having. I realized that to a certain extent, this may be viewed as a water aesthetic problem and not a water quality problem. He did raise some interesting points that seemed fair to me. Grant, I'm not an engineer on this stuff, but the fact that when there's a high level of particulate matter in the water on an ongoing basis, that does impact certain appliances in a house, whether makers, dishwashers, whatever. And I know the city uses this automatic flushing system to try to deal with this problem. From what I understand, it sounds like maybe you need to do a little bit more than that, like perhaps relining pipes in those areas. If the pipe is in really bad shape and you're using automatic flushers, it sounds like that may actually make the problem worse. So anyway, I don't want to belabor it, but we could get a response from you guys in writing on this general problem, that would be great.
Sure, can do that. To say in the interest of time, we'll put something in writing.
Thank you, John.
Right, we have about 500 dead-end mains in the system to manage. So, yep.
We'll go to Steve Brandt next, who may be wanting to cover his written questions, which included dead-end water mains.
Yeah,
Steve, and then Scott.
Actually, John covered fairly well the topic I was going to cover. I would just add that I certainly understand the homeowner's aggravation and that of his peers on this block. Having damage to your appliances like your water heater and various other appliances is a real expense. It's more than an inconvenience, and I think that we need better notification of property owners for when mains are flushed so that people can avoid the water use during that time. And I think these streets should be a priority for relining mains because I learned a new term from this homeowner, they're tuberculous. They have lots of corrosion that builds up in nodes and nodules. And so when they are flushed, a lot of that ends up in the homeowner's system. So I'll leave it at that.
That concludes your question, Steve?
Yes.
Very good. Thanks, Scott. Scott Engel.
Yeah, yeah, John kind of addressed one of the things I was going to talk about, but the other thing I just wanted to say generally is I was so impressed with the presentations, the online presentations that the water facilities folks put together. I wasn't necessarily looking forward to viewing them, but they were fascinating. And one of the reasons is it seems like your asset management that's going on is working towards understanding the system and then coming up with a plan to address it. And so, you know, we just had the other public works divisions on previously, and I feel like they are not doing this when it comes to sidewalks and pedestrian ramps and traffic signals. And I would love for your divisions to sort of meet up and collaborate, because they don't seem to be able to answer questions about when the city will actually finish up with, or even have a good estimate of when they'll have data to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that's it.
Thank you, Scott. And then Dan Miller.
Yes, I concur with Scott that I really appreciated staff's presentations. The video presentations are very, very helpful. And having been through this a few years, it gets more understandable each time. My question is right now, what are the major bases of operation for both surface water and sewer? And I think I understand water treatment, but I just kind of wanted to understand where your operation bases are throughout the city.
I'll speak for water. We have our treatment campuses. There's actually two large treatment campuses. One is in the city of Fridley. It's located on the Mississippi River, north of the Camden Bridge. That's where we have our raw water intakes and major pretreatment processes, as well as a filtration plant. We have a second treatment campus up in the city of Columbia Heights. That's actually the original treatment campus from the turn of the last century. And then we also have some finished water storage actually located in the city of New Brighton. So we are north and east of Minneapolis with respect to the treatment and reservoir storage campuses. Our water distribution base of operation is over at 935 East 5th. That's the old water distribution facility. That's the subject of the WTR 18 project needs to upgrade that facility. So that is where our distribution, about 100 distribution staff are based out of that facility to maintain the distribution system.
And I'd be happy to address that question for surface water and sewers. So our operations and maintenance staff are based out of the Hiawatha facility in South Minneapolis. So we've got about 110 staff who work out of that location. That's where our maintenance vehicles are housed and all of the work that we do associated with that. We then have about 35 staff that are more of our design staff and our regulatory staff, and they are based out of a facility in downtown Minneapolis. So those are the staff that, again, is associated with the project to expand the Hiawatha campus that would allow those staff to move then down to the Hiawatha facility.
Thank you.
We have James next.
Yeah, hi. I'm a new CLIC member, so maybe this is a question that's been addressed before, but I guess I'm curious about, when we look at construction costs for, I guess it's across a lot of the proposals, is there it sounds like the city has a pretty serious staff to maintain and construct water infrastructure. Are there also subcontractors? I'm just wondering how we get to some of these numbers for requests. That question is also tied together with just the general labor market and how difficult it's been and how much that's impacting costs, I guess. Are we having trouble staffing for maintenance and construction and then having to subcontract a ton of work out? And is that, just what is the general impact of that, I guess, on your capital requests? That's my question.
So we've actually evolved over, I'd say, the past decade, moved on from, and I guess one point I want to make is the water mains in Minneapolis actually are structurally very sound. They're very robust, old, strong cast iron pipes buried very deep. So we actually have very low water main breakage rates compared to other utilities. The challenge we have is those cast iron pipes tuberculate, as another CLIC member spoke about, and that's where the mineral deposits, and it actually kind of is rust buildup inside the pipes. So our main course of rehabilitation is what we call cleaning and lining. And that's where we actually go and scrape the pipes and then put in a potable grade cement liner in that to prevent that tuberculation, to prevent that mineral deposit from coming back. So our main goal in WTR 12 in particular, we do need to spend about on the order of $2 to $3 million a year for hydrant replacements, valve replacements. Those are basically, it's more cost effective just to replace those and try to rehabilitate those. The rest of it goes to cleaning and lining for the most part. And over the years, what we've learned is it's best for city crews to handle things like the temporary water hookups. How do we keep water flowing into the houses when we're cleaning and lining in it? We've done some of the excavation work, but basically we go out to bid every year for the actual cleaning and lining. And these are where these pipe rehabilitation contractors have come in. And just relative with, kind of the state of the water infrastructure across the country, these types of contractors are really getting their act together. It's a competitive market. There's a lot of needs across the country for this. So we actually bid it out. Any given project, obviously there's economies of scale. The more you line, the lower the mobilization costs and, the less per linear foot it is. So that's part of what we need to manage. Understanding how many holes we need to dig, what the traffic control provisions are, those types of things, all of those go into it. So with where we're at now, this will be the third year where I'm going to say we're digging the holes and the contractors are lining the pipe. We're refining that cost estimate. What is a true cost per linear foot to line a 6-inch water main in Minneapolis, to line a 12-inch water main in Minneapolis. And then with those continual refinements and again, understanding, market forces, then that'll enable us to get to the point where we can say, $10 million a year is going to get us this many linear feet. But that's, again, part of what we're working towards with understanding both what the needs are, what the construction package size optimization is, and how we can keep moving forward. So that to the point we're looking for, if CLIC is willing and thinks it's worth to increase rates to be able to line 10 miles a year, then that's going to cost us X million dollars. But we're working towards that. But kind of to the crux of your question, we do competitively bid the actual cleaning and lining process. So.
Thank you. Other responses to James' question? I'll step in then, put myself in queue. I too want to compliment the areas on the presentations that were recorded, and all the members here had to really crunch to get those looked at. As a longtime CLIC member, closing in, I think, on 25 years, I want to ask stormwater about the surface water, about the, so we've made great progress, and yet with climate change and the climate action plan implementation, what is your vision for addressing increased stormwater issues citywide? And then for the water services, potable water, likewise, having served on the Waterworks Advisory Committee, I know you manage risk, and I know Annika, your predecessors were very intentional about managing risk, such as the concept of an interconnect with St. Paul Regional Water Utility and a reliance upon surface waters. But could you speak to, now we've had this COVID-19 pandemic. So who's to say there wouldn't be something that would be new that emerges that would be transmitted by water and maybe isn't killed by chlorine? So would you speak to those 2 points respectively?
Sure, I can start, Jeff. Thanks for that question. So I'll start with what's the vision for addressing climate change citywide from surface water and sewers. And I'm going to answer this question in 2 ways. The first one is really to talk about, first of all, our comprehensive modeling that we've done of our storm sewer system. And so this is actually the information that feeds our SW039 program, our flood mitigation program. And so what we've done within the division over the past several years is we've developed comprehensive computer models of our whole network. So it helps us to understand how our system's operating and how increased rainfalls, changing rainfall patterns will actually impact that system from, where we have pipes that might be smaller than we would like them to be, where we have localized flooding, where we have larger flooding problems. And so that's fundamentally important for our, again, staff's understanding to really get that baseline understanding. What we've then been doing is using up-to-date rainfall data. And so really, as we've seen, again, rainfall patterns changing, we're using the most current data to help inform those capital designs. And so that's the baseline of what we're doing. As you can see, over the past couple of years, we have increased some of our requests in SW039, and that's really as we've started implementing these projects and increasing our understanding of what it costs to build infrastructure to address modern day storm events. So we've got a project that's currently underway right now in Northeast Minneapolis. It's costing on the order of, I think, $14 million is essentially the cost amount there. We have had success in finding partners to work with us on that and bring some grant dollars forward. But it gives some perspective of what it will take to rebuild portions of our system to address these larger events. The other thing that we've been doing within Public Works in general is looking to implement stormwater management and green infrastructure in particular on our roadway projects. So that shows up in our SWPBR program. And we've found opportunities over the last couple of years to install, kind of on a pilot scale, some stormwater management on those transportation projects. Within our presentation, you can see some examples of that and some images of what that looks like, where we've installed bioswales along streets. We've put, underground chambers to capture the water and infiltrate it. So that's really kind of on a smaller scale, where we can catch that water as it comes off of those hard surfaces and infiltrate it and keep it out of our storm sewer system to begin with. And so we'll be looking to do more of that over the coming years.
Thank you.
With respect to managing risk, the next compound of concern, that's always kind of, if you would ask me what the more recent challenges are in the drinking water industry, it's the ability to measure compounds at smaller and smaller concentrations without understanding the health effects and or what you would do about it, either to keep them out of the environment and out of the water bodies in the first place, or if it comes to that, what treatment techniques and technologies are necessary. So as drinking water professionals, it's just a major focus about what we do as we're looking at risk. What are the operational performance? What do our existing treatment unit processes do as these different compounds are discovered and thought about? We talk about multiple barriers in treatment. We talk about, we have membrane filtration as well as biologically active granular activated carbon filtration. Those, they're filtration technologies, but they also do very different things with respect to, dissolved compounds that can be carbon filters, the drivers for that project. The interconnect with St. Paul, it continues to be something we think about in the back of our kind of, again, as a risk mitigation technique. From the perspective that they're also a surface water utility, that doesn't necessarily solve the emerging compounds of concern for either utility. Looking at groundwater systems as well, there's obviously a quantity concern, in particular in the metropolitan area, but also groundwaters are being shown not to be necessarily pristine, perfect drinking water sources either. So what we do is we continually monitor what the science is telling us, what the occurrence data is, and understanding what treatment techniques might be necessary or what our current treatment techniques do. And that was one of the drivers for the membrane filtration plant, you might remember from back in the day. And we keep looking ahead to what other advanced oxidation, ozone or UV, and some of those other advanced oxidation options might be for in the future. But they stay on our radar, and that's a very integral part of our risk management with respect to the treatment process that we continually keep our fingers on the pulse of. So.
Thank you. Eric Wan is next.
Hi, thank you so much for what you do. I have a particular project that I've been monitoring for the last couple of years and was working with.
Use solar power to offset some of our.
Okay, yeah, for the last couple of years working with Robin, and it's in the flood area 5. It was supposed to be a rain garden and running right down 35th. And it's a flood area. These homes every year, the basements get flooded, but not so much on the project itself as much as the public engagement part. So at the beginning of developing this project, the entire community, the entire neighborhood, they got involved. There were community meetings. What do we want to see this this rain garden look like? How would people feel if we closed off that entire street? So everyone went over to, I think it's Russell, and we saw what they had done, and everyone was happy. But there was a loss of momentum. And she told me that it was scheduled to be done in 2023. Now, I'm more concerned about the public engagement side. How do, as a person in the community, how do we keep that interest level up? And how is it something that we can do with you to bring you all in maybe every 3 or 4 months just to talk to the neighborhood? And that's number one. Number two is, how do we know that that project is still in the queue? So that's my question.
Sure. So can I clarify, when you say with Robin, was that Robin Hutchison?
Yes.
Okay.
Robin.
Okay. Thank you. So flood area 5 is definitely one that, you know, is a challenging area for us, and that we've been looking at as a division for many years. So as far as the rain garden in particular, I think probably the best thing to do is just reach out directly to staff, and we can talk to you about what that initiative looks like. Sorry, I'm not familiar directly with that one, but you know, I can direct you to some of my staff, and we can talk about how we can best engage and continue to work with the neighborhood group about helping to understand kind of what the infrastructure needs are there, as well as, you know, what the community is experiencing through that. As far as the timeline associated with that project, Kelly oversees that SW039 program, and she might be able to best address where the programming is at that flood area 5 projects.
Okay.
I think they're a couple of years out yet.
Yes. The flood area 5 happens to overlap with the concrete rehab program that's being done by transportation as well. So we're trying to coordinate and so that we would do improvements at the same time and not be re-disturbing those areas. And I don't think that the concrete rehab portion is still 2023. I think it shifted a little bit with their latest programming, but our goal would be to do that at the same time and not disrupt the neighborhood more than once. So we could follow up with the exact timing.
Yeah. So where I'm going at is when we raise the expectations of the neighbors and they ask, you know, what is the status? It would be great if we, you know, click members, because we're embedded in the city, or that there's a portfolio manager that can keep the community advised that yes, it's still coming. It's not one of those promises that got taken away. I don't know if you go down to the project specific level, but I would like, whoever I need to talk to, I'll send them the documents that had been going between Robin and Philippe Cunningham and us in the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood signed up. We did everything we had to do, but we don't want it to appear that it fizzled out. So that would be my concern here.
Thanks, Eric.
Yep, thank you.
So we have James in queue, and then I want to make sure we covered, Steve, your written questions, and then perhaps we want to move on to Fleet after noon. James.
I can try to be quick because I'm not sure if how this intersects with the capital stormwater projects, but I guess it has to do with like private stormwater projects, and I don't know, and in private development, I guess, on city like main corridors. I've been a part of a bunch of small like redevelopment projects as like a general contractor, and stormwater has always been, stormwater is a big reason why small independent projects don't get off the ground. The cost of stormwater management, like architects spend, lots of time trying to work around the requirement to have to do stormwater management because of the cost. And I'm just wondering if there's any, in my mind, it's a point where it intersects with equity. I think a lot of projects don't happen in disadvantaged commercial corridors because stormwater management is really expensive. And I guess I'm curious if there's, I don't know. I think it's an issue, I guess. And I don't know if you could just speak to that. I don't know. That's my question.
So stormwater management on private property is a responsibility of the private property owner. As a city, we do have a Clean Water Act permit. Essentially, it's called our MS4 permit. And as a requirement of that, we have to have local controls and an ordinance that sets requirements for stormwater management on private property. So that does live in city ordinance in chapter 54. That is not part of our capital requests. Again, our capital requests are associated with city storm sewer infrastructure and not that on the private parcels. If you have other questions about our regulatory requirements or what that looks like again throughout the city, you can feel free to reach out to us and we can try to answer those. But again, the capital requests that we have here before the committee this morning are about city infrastructure, not the private properties.
That's regulated through CPED, or who would the person reach out to for more information?
It's regulated through Surface Water and Sewers through our regulatory group.
Okay. Thanks. Eric, do you have another question? Or Steve?
I have no more questions on this. I do have a fleet question.
Okay, I see Eric. Eric apparently does not, so it looks like we may not have any more questions. So thanks to
Do you want some of this?
storm and sanitary sewer and water infrastructure experts for presenting and attending today. Appreciate your time spent with us. And then I think we'll move on to our fleet segment. Thank you.
Thanks to the committee. Thank you.
Robert, can we go to you to queue that up for the fleet?
Sure, Jeff. Yeah, we do have Director Thunberg on from the city's Fleet Services Division. So I just want to recognize Director Thunberg and maybe ask him for just a really brief introduction, especially for the newer CLIC members who've joined us this morning, and then see if we can open it up for Q&A. I've already noted that I think we've got one question ready to go.
Thanks, Robert, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to all the CLIC members for your service to the city. As Robert mentioned, I'm Al Thunberg, Director of the Fleet Services Division. Quick overview of Fleet is we're an internal service, so we operate a little different. Our purpose is a little different than the other divisions within Public Works. Our purpose is to support, manage the fleet for all the other divisions and also other departments within the city, including regulatory services, police, fire, health, along with some others. So any questions? I'm here. Or any questions about fleet operations? We're open to that as well.
And Steve Brandt was queued up.
Hi, I checked several of the CBRs for fleet and didn't find a specific source of revenue listed. And my impression is that internal service funds are self-funded and charges are charged back to the departments. But I just wanted to verify that and that you cover your capital costs as well as your operating costs through those departmental charges.
Yes, as an internal service fund, so we have a rate model and we charge the other departments for all of the services we provide, monthly charges on the vehicle, an overhead on the fuel, and our maintenance as well. And any money we spend would be recovered through that rate model.
Thank you.
Eric?
Hi, Al. Last year's CLIC report, one of our comments was it was a request that in the Fleet 01 that you split out the fuel and charging stations as separate items. Is that still possible to be done this year so that we can have a better sense of what the differences are?
Sure, I can take let me find the proper slide here. So for charging systems, we're looking at $192,000 this year, and about $224,000 a year over the next several years. You know, it's a rough estimate. We estimate about $8,000 per charging station. That includes the charging station itself, along with the installation costs. And the fuel portion of that is we have $100,000 we're requesting to upgrade our fuel island, which is actually at the Park Board site on Bryant Avenue. These fuel sites have all been in the ground for a little more than 20 years, and it's time to replace. The tanks below ground are okay. It's basically to upgrade the plumbing, sumps below the dispensers or pumps as we commonly call them, and also the pumps themselves. So, and then another $100,000 is requested. Our 1809 Washington Street facility is, we will be vacating that soon. Public Works built a new facility at 2635 University Avenue, which is a combination for our solid waste division, along with the north side, the District 1, which serves north and northeast sides of the city for street maintenance, both plowing, sweeper operations, and patch and repair type work. So they'll be moving out of the 1809 Washington Street facility into the new facility hopefully this summer. And once that move takes place, we will be shutting down that fuel island at the Washington Street facility.
Okay,
I will ask to separate those out for next year. I'm sorry we didn't get that done this year.
Yeah, there's a real, we'd like to see that there is a leaning forward towards our electric fleet that we've been talking towards, and that may take you a number of years to get to the point where we've converted over sufficiently to support an all-electric fleet. So I think that's at the base of what we were asking for.
Sure, and we are continually, growing our electric fleet. This year we'll take a jump forward. We have, I believe, about 24 sedans on order. The challenge with going to electric, of course, is getting electric vehicles that are reasonably priced that will meet the user needs. So we're hoping to see small vans, pickups, these type of things come into the market and be available to us, hopefully in 2022.
Okay, yeah, I heard that Ferrari's coming out with one, so you might want to look at those.
Oh yeah, we'll have a whole fleet of them.
Thank you, Al.
You bet.
Thanks, Eric. Go to Dan and then Matt.
Yes, hello. Could you tell me a little bit what goes on at the Pacific Street facility?
Sure. So Pacific is where our solid waste and recycling group was primarily located, and now so everything was there up until about a year ago. The East Side Maintenance Facility is where they moved their primary operations to, and I am not fully familiar with what they continue to do at the Pacific site. That would be the Solid Waste Recycling Director, Herbert Holtz, that I believe is not with us today. But I know they continue to have a presence there, and I'm not exactly sure what that presence is. We do still have a fuel island there as well. I'm not sure what the long-term plan is for the facility.
I'm wondering if you might be able to get back to us just to the simple. I'm just wondering if it's going to get phased out, and if so, the need to add a fueling station there, or to maybe.
No, we wouldn't be adding a fueling. There's already a fueling station there. You know, it is certainly possible that fueling station could be phased out, but I will check with Director Herbert Holtz and see what he sees as the long-term plan for the Pacific site, and we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Great. I'll go to Matt Kazinka.
Hi, thanks for joining us. This might be kind of a minor question, but I know you all are working with Excel on a lot of the new EV infrastructure. I know Excel offers rebates for high efficiency upgrades to facilities, at least for commercial businesses. I presume they do as well for the city, although I'm not as aware of that. But I know that there's a lot of things you can get money back for Excel for things like kind of under considered things like motors and drives. I've helped a business get those lift stations, get a rebate for that sort of work. So I'm wondering if you process internally for when you're replacing things like motors and drives and other equipment that uses sort of electrical equipment, if you are checking on efficiency at new equipment you're replacing, and if there's availability for rebates and grants to support those improvements.
No, we haven't worked directly with Excel on that type of work. We often look at grants that may be available as far as upgrading something to electric. Quite often we don't fit the parameters of the grant. We have had received grants from the MPCA for charging stations at Hiawatha through the Volkswagen litigation funds, and also we added some charging stations on a grant from the MPCA as well at our Royalston facility. What we are working with Excel on is it's a fleet charging pilot program. Is that maybe what you're familiar with? And so quick review of that is Excel is willing to put in the electrical infrastructure into some of our facilities. What we're currently working on is our Aldrich facility is in the design phase, and hopefully moving forward fairly soon. We will be putting in 10 charging stations there, along 10 level 2 charging stations. And we're actually going to add one level 3, a DC fast charger at that location. We're doing the same at our Curry facility, where we will have 10 charging ports and one DC fast charger. And then also at our federal ramp, there we're looking at the infrastructure for up to 50 charging ports. And so Excel is running the infrastructure from the transformers in the road all the way into the facility, and to where our responsibility is to provide the charger hanging on the post or on the wall. So great project with Excel.
Thank you. Go to George Montague.
Hi, yes, in reviewing the proposals for the fleet area, I noticed that the level of need, all the other departments rate the level of need critical, significant, important, and is desirable. Yet yours are just rated high or low. In fact, they're all high, except one low. And I'm just wondering, is that going to create a problem if we try to score these projects relative to the others?
I'm sorry, you broke up there some.
Okay, I apologize. I noticed in the proposals for your department that the level of need is stated as high or low.
Okay.
And the rubric we've been given, as well as that for all the other departments, it's actually critical, significant, important, or desirable. And I'm wondering, is that going to create a problem for us as we try to score these projects? And if so, we might need to get that reclassified.
Okay, I guess I wasn't familiar that we were classifying them different than others, and we could certainly look at that and work with the budget office on reclassifying those.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's how the guidelines work. All right. Are there any other questions for fleet services? Any other questions for fleet services? Not seeing any new hands raised. And we'll concluding. Well, thank you. John has a question.
This is not a question. I'm just going to follow up on what George just said. So,
okay.
Just because we have some new members, just to clarify. So for Al's sake, what George is referring to is if somebody gets a copy of the CLIC guidelines, you'll see in the definitions of those 4 categories that he mentioned. And for committee members, just to be clear, while it's certainly helpful to have that information from city departments, that is something you should take as input, and ultimately we decide individually and as a committee whether we're in agreement with what the departments say as far as those definitions go. Just wanted to clarify that.
And thank you, John. Then we have Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the Fleet Services Division for the video and the explanation. One thing which I think might be helpful for me in a future presentation would be I was intrigued to understand the different locations that you are at and just what they do at those particular locations. I know you don't need to answer that now, but I think in the future that might be an interesting thing to know a little bit about the city's operation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions for fleet services? Apparently not. So call back to Justin and Neil and Robert. So now we're scheduled for a 10-minute break at 12:20. And then resuming with the breakout sessions at 12:30 for approximately a half hour. So do you want me to read the closing remarks? Because then we'll just adjourn to the breakout rooms.
Jeff, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, and John?
Yeah, just a quick request if it's possible. Since transportation has almost all of the work today, we're going to have a lot to do. If we could shorten that break to 5 minutes, just so that we could, because we're not going to get done at 1. So the sooner we can get started, the sooner we'll get done, if that's okay with people.
Resume at 12:25.
Would be great.
If there's no objection.
Question. Is transportation staying in this room and human development going to the other room, or is it the other way around as we did last time?
Eric, this is Justin. I kept it the same process that we had last time. Human
Great.
development staying in this room, transportation going to another room. I'm just going to finalize the list of members going to the transportation breakout during this break, and then that will automatically happen that you will get sent to that room, or you'll stay here.
Thank you.
Right. So CLIC members, be sure to go to your breakout room for your task force meetings. And with that, we've completed all items on the agenda for this meeting, and with the exception of the task force breakout rooms. So I'll ask staff and members if there are any other matters to come before this meeting.
Sorry, Jeff, this is Robert. My audio just went out.
And we'll adjourn to the task force meetings. at 12:25 p.m.